Well, it's clear that it must begin.
What you think that you think that you think that we think it's cool. You think that you think that you think that what you think you think
Well, it's clear that it must begin.
Hello, 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 folks. We're going to get started here in about 1 minute. It's good to see everybody here today. I hope everybody's having a great weekend so far. I know I am. It's a beautiful day. I'll see you all in about 40 seconds.
what you think that you think that you think that we think it's cool. You think that you think that you think that what
Well, it's clear that it must begin.
Alrighty, welcome everyone. Today you get to look at my giant face. A little bit different than usual. Can everybody hear me okay? Are my audio levels good? Hey, VAR person, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. And yes, hello Celeste, Kobe, 4L. A little quiet. I'll move my mic a little here. I should be about hitting the top of the range on the mic gain, so hopefully it's okay. I think if I jack it any higher, I'm gonna start getting some potential mic interference. Hey 6Js. Hey 4, hey Kobe, hey Celeste. Celeste says, I was sad that I didn't get to chat with you the other day in Not Remote. Yeah, that's kind of why we're doing this today. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. VAR person, QB, welcome. Copper Lily, hey. I hope everybody's having a good weekend so far. I know I am. It's a beautiful day here where I live. Glorious weather. I have already spent some time outside today. It's much better than yesterday when I changed my shirt like 3 times because it's just constantly humid and sweating. So today is much more comfortable. I was outside playing with the dog. Alrighty. Well, we're going to give folks a few minutes to get in here. What I wanted to do today was kind of a continuation of an event that 100 Devs held on Friday, which is what's called a Community Before Code event, which is really fun. 74 degrees here in San Diego. Oof, that sounds lovely. I've never been to California. I would very much like to someday. 6 says, NYC's humidity is my biggest enemy. Yeah, humidity anywhere is just the worst because you sweat like buckets. It just feels so gross. Copper Lily says, I love Cali. I would love to go out there. Yeah, I want to take the Amtrak Empire Builder across the country and head out to Seattle and maybe then down to California for a little bit. I think that'd be really fun. QB says you're in Georgia. That's awesome. We got people from all over the country. I love hearing about folks from other countries. And Yeah, Minnie says that would be a fun trip. Absolutely. I've heard really good things about it. So, and I love any chance I get to take a train and not have to drive is really a wonderful thing. That's very hard to do here in the United States. I know that folks who live in the U.S. understand, but for folks who live in Europe, the U.S. just does not have public transportation of any kind at any reasonable scale, and so the few trains and cross country public transport systems that we do have, I want to give them my money. oh, so my bot here is telling me that my oh, thank you so much for the follow, N1. Good to have you here. My bot here is telling me that my captions are not on. Could somebody please test them out? I have them turned on here on my in my browser, but it's telling me that they are not on. So could somebody give them a test and let me know? Because you should be able to turn on captions by hovering your mouse over the right side of your screen, somewhere over here, and see a little closed caption button pop up. N1, thank you. I appreciate that. Let me try to refresh my captions, see what's going on here. Okay. Why aren't you working? All right, let me see. I'm trying it again. Yeah, they are not. Okay, I'm not seeing captions showing up in the feed. It looks like the extension that I'm using is unfortunately not working right now. That's too bad. It's all good, 6Js. Don't worry about it. I can see it looks like a problem with the extension itself, unfortunately. So we may not have captions available for this stream today. I'm not sure why. Yeah, I didn't change anything about this. And my mic it should be reading my mic. Let me make sure yeah, it has permissions to access my mic. So, yeah, unfortunately captions are not working. I do apologize for that. I'll try again at the first break and see if I can turn them on again, and see if the extension is working again, but it doesn't seem to be functional today, unfortunately. Anyway, so yeah, I was mentioning, yeah, it's kind of just taking some time and maybe going across the country on a train someday. And I was mentioning how I love seeing folks from all over the country here who join in my streams, and also folks from other countries who pop into the streams as well. And that kind of goes back to what the event that 100 Devs did on Friday, which was really a lot of fun. It was called Community Before Code. And I think that, you know, sometimes as we go through 100 Devs or similar programs that are ostensibly to teach us how to code, and to in the end then hopefully get a job working in tech, it's easy to sort of neglect the more personal side of learning, the community side of that aspect of learning that's so beneficial. When you're teaching yourself any new skill, when you're learning something new, it's always so much easier if you have a community that you can learn that skill with, right? If you have other people you can connect with, other people who can support you and help answer your questions. And so that's kind of what Friday's event was about. It was an extension of the usual huddle, where, you know, Leon is up on stage and talking and folks can ask questions in chat. But then after that, it was then sort of turned into a breakout session where folks could go into a bunch of hidden meeting rooms that our lovely mod Divker created, to just have sort of impromptu group conversations and get to know each other a little bit, help each other. And one of the most important things I think that that came out of that for me is when I was able to join those rooms. They're called Not Remo. It's a little inside joke. When I was able to join those rooms, I sat at a very lovely table with some folks and spent about 2 hours. And the first thing I did when I joined that room was I said, hey, you know, what can I help you all with? Right? I joined the room and said, hey, what can I help you all with? And the one thing that everybody wanted help with, every single person at the table wanted help with what we call crafting your story. So what that means is when you go into a job interview, one of the first questions that you're always going to be asked without fail is, tell me a little bit about yourself. Or maybe an alternative to that would be, what about your background makes you a good fit for this position? And I'm curious in chat, How many of you would feel comfortable answering that question? If you sat down in a job interview and somebody said, let's say specifically for a tech role, how many of you would feel comfortable immediately answering that with things from your background that were relevant? Angel, that's awesome. And it's okay to say no as well. No is a valid answer. Um, I'm just curious. No? Yeah? No? Okay, couple yeses. Think maybe. Not comfy. Yeah. Terrified. Yeah. That's really common. That's not an uncommon thing. Yeah, that's a great point, Rusty. Rusty says that that kind of question is also common when you're assigned a new manager at work. Mm-hmm. Six says, in my home, great. In the office for the interview, yeah, nope. That's definitely valid as well. Sometimes we're much better practicing, for ourselves than we are in front of other people. Yeah, so and then that's kind of the common consensus when I speak to people, whether it's in like an event like that or just sort of impromptu or in coffee chats. Oftentimes, the most common thing that people struggle with is figuring out how their background fits into a tech role, especially if they've never worked in tech before, right? Maybe you've been a nurse for 10 years. Maybe you've been unemployed. Maybe you've been caring for family. Maybe you have been, I don't know, working in a grocery store. Maybe you have been working part-time because you were caring for family at, odd jobs. Maybe this is your first job, maybe you're, an actor or a producer. Things that on the surface wouldn't necessarily transition well to tech. Oh, Cascade. Oh my goodness. Good to see you again. They say, been waiting for this stream all day and internet went down 2 minutes in. Switched to my phone. Good. I'm glad you're able to get back up. Don't use too much data. Cascade Z, I don't want you to use up all your data. In case you didn't know, Twitch has an audio only option on the mobile app. So you can switch to audio only stream where it won't be using any video, so you won't use up all your data. You might know that already. I'm just letting you know that you can listen to it audio only, so you don't blow through all your data. I forget exactly where it is. It's in video settings or something like that. You can switch to audio only. I am going to catch up with chat here real quick, and then I'm gonna so yeah, the general consensus is that, yeah, people have trouble crafting their stories, right? And so that's what we're going to do today. I want to focus. You've got unlimited data. Okay, awesome. Whatever floats your boat. So what I want to focus on today is helping you all craft your stories. But I also want to, and that's something I love to do. It's something I'm very happy to do, and I love to do it because I love hearing about people's backgrounds, because people are so unique, people are so cool, people have done such cool, amazing, brilliant, remarkable things with their lives. And it's always a joy for me to hear about those things. But what I also want to do today is I want to give you some tools and strategies to help sort of adjust our ways of thinking about our accomplishments and thinking about our experiences and thinking about our past. Thinking about ways that then you can take this ball and run with it and reframe your own story without my help. And of course, I'm happy to help, but I want you to also have that skill and have that ability. So maybe some changes in mindset that will allow you to think about the things you've done in a different way and especially to speak about yourself in a different way. All right, so I'm going to catch up with chat here, and then I'm going to jump in with an example. All right. Talked about living in California. Yeah, I have a little bit of aspirational from Angel there saying the dev money will give me the ability to live here and save a little in La Jolla. Yeah, California is wild for the cost of living, definitely. Banky part is tough. Always afraid I smell. Yeah, and so the other thing that I'm hoping I can help with a little bit today as well is just beyond the story part of things, is helping you get better at answering what we call the bank. So the behavioral questions that come up in an interview, saying things like, can you tell me about a time when you when you collaborated on a major project with a team? Or can you tell me about a challenge you faced in a work setting and how you overcame it? So questions like that are about how you think, how you handle challenges, how you communicate, those types of questions as well. I'm hoping we can get to some of those, but we'll see how, how the time goes. Web developer says, a friend of mine stopped paying rent. He thinks this route is cheaper and motivational for building apps. I don't know. Everybody has their path. Some people do live out of their cars for a while, especially in high cost of living areas. It's a high risk avenue, but hey, sometimes you got to do what you got to do, right? Okay, I'm almost caught up. Hey, Ellipsis, good to see ya. Adele says the hard part is how to tie our background to the reason why we got into tech. Yeah, and that's part of what we're going to talk about today. Angel says Leon mentioned generalized bank answers being on his Twitter. Do we have a link or a Discord message for that? I don't recall that. If anybody does have the link, you're welcome to share it. The project link that I have for you today is just the bank. Is just the bank with no answers in it. It's just the questions. But if you are curious to see the types of most common interview questions that get asked, you can do !project. That will give you a link to a Google Doc. Just copy that Google Doc, and you can practice those questions at home. All right, so I'm caught up with chat. So let's go ahead and get into it. And I want to start out with an example. So, thank you, Adele. I appreciate that. However, you should also, just when thinking about the bank, thinking about those interview questions, having generic answers is great. But you are still going to want to make sure that you are not just memorizing those answers, that you are tailoring them to your own experiences. And that's what we're going to talk about today. So just a little disclaimer there. But yes, thank you for sharing that link, Adele. So in sort of wrapping back around to the initial question, which is, tell me about yourself, or tell me about your background. What are your, what are your experiences like? Oh yeah. And On My Grizzly, welcome to the chat. Oh, and hey, Kel Wilson, welcome as well. Good to have you both here. So On My Grizzly says, hey, where do you use your story? Resume or question mark? Yeah, so when we talk about our stories, what we generally mean is, what do you tell an interviewer in a job interview when they ask, tell me about yourself? Or when they ask, what about your past experiences makes you a good fit for this position? Or even if you're at a networking event and you want someone to, to know a little bit more about you and why you're interested in a tech role, if you're networking. So there's a lot of different places that the story could come up, but it's generally a verbal, it's generally sort of a verbal thing. On your resume, you're not generally going to speak extemporaneously about your past experiences, because those are going to be in the bullet points on your resume. However, some things from your story could translate into bullet points on your resume. It just depends. But generally, you're not going to write in full sentences about your past experiences on your resume, because those should be the bullet points. You should have everything organized in bullet points. But yeah, great question. Okay, so when you are asked about your story, there's lots of different ways that we can talk about ourselves. And so I'm going to give you 2 stories. And extemporaneously, word of the day. Yeah, vocabulary. Let's go. So I'm going to give you 2 stories. And I want you to keep in mind, as you're listening to both of these stories, that both of them are true. So 2 stories, both of them are true. And then after I finish both of them, and I'll tell you when one stops and the next one begins, I want you to think about how each one made you feel. Okay? So, this is story number 1. So I did go to college. I graduated from high school. I went to college. I got a degree in statistics, but I didn't really enjoy it. And my grades were okay. I came pretty close to losing my scholarship, but I managed to keep it. But I don't know, my grades kind of slipped toward the end of my college career. I just wasn't doing great mentally. And I did get a job like right out of college, but I was the second alternate for the position. So that like I was behind two other people and I only got it because like two other people dropped out. And I don't know, I worked at my first job for less than a year. It was just like actuarial and I was like struggling to pass the exams. And I don't know, it just wasn't for me. It was kind of boring. Didn't feel like I was really gonna be able to hack it. So I kind of just threw my resume out, and I got a job at an e-commerce company. And like the hours were really long. It was really stressful. Again, had a hard time handling things mentally. So I spent about 3 years there until the company was going under, and then I kind of just like threw my resume around again, and I got a job with a university as a data analyst in finance, which I didn't really like, but you know, I just kind of lucked into it, I guess, and spent about 3 years there. And then one of my coworkers kind of poked me to apply for a job as a senior BI developer, and I don't know how I got that. I just got like super lucky and lucked into the role, and then yeah, I've been doing that for like 2.5 years, and I did 100 devs like on the side, but it doesn't really have anything to do with like what I do at work all day. It's just sort of, I don't know, it's just sort of extra, and I don't know, I just do it on the side and stuff. And then yeah, so that's basically my story. That was story number one. Now I'm going to give you story number two. Also true. Um, yeah, so I have a bachelor's degree in statistics, and I landed an internship, an actuarial internship while I was in college. And then the same firm liked me so much that they hired me right out of college to come work for them. So it was a very smooth transition. And I worked for that company for about a year. And however, I realized at the time that I was developing quite a passion for technology and especially for databases. And in that role, I was kind of not able to get deep into databases as I wanted to. So I transitioned from that role into a very hands-on sort of logistics role at an e-commerce company, where I was hands-on with the database every single day, real-time logistics for production operations. And I was very lucky to have a wonderful manager who I worked with for 3 years and who was an absolute genius with SQL. He taught me so much about SQL on the job. And actually, I still talk to him today. We just were emailing back and forth last week. And so I learned so much about SQL on the job. It was a very hands-on position, and also very crucial that I became efficient and excellent at troubleshooting and excellent at writing good, clean code fast. Because if I didn't do it right, then 100 people down on the production floor would have no work at their tables. So I became very good at writing clean, efficient code quickly. After about 3 years at that company, I realized I wanted to take my career in a different direction. I wanted to get more education. I wanted to get a master's degree, so I got a job at a university because they would subsidize my education. And I got a job in the central finance department where I reported to the CFO. I wrote dashboards. I wrote reports for the CFO, and I administered multiple pieces of software. I worked with the consultants. I worked directly with the devs. I was the frontline troubleshooter for all, by the time I left, 3 separate pieces of software, administering them directly and assisting customers with developments, improvements, enhancements, including the budgeting software that was used by the entire university system. All 3 campuses used the piece of software that I administered. And then I was developing such an aptitude for this that my coworkers actually noticed. And one of my coworkers recommended that I reach out to become a senior developer on the business intelligence team at the university. And I networked with the manager, determined that that would be a great fit for me. And I applied and I got the role. And now I develop ETL pipelines. I maintain the university data warehouse, again, for all the campuses. And I get to develop my own applications from the ground up. I get to maintain database tables with tens of millions of rows and make sure that our reporting partners get the data they need quickly, efficiently, and without errors. And it's been an incredibly fulfilling role, so much so that I now volunteer my time teaching others to code with a nonprofit called 100 Devs. I'm an educator for 100 Devs, and it's been an incredibly fulfilling experience over the past few years to really grow my skills. That was story 2. Both of those stories are true. How did they make you feel? Again, both of them were completely true. There was no lies in either one. Yeah, story 2. What do you think? Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ben says, I feel kind of sad hearing story 1, like you're beating yourself up. That's valid. Second one is the elevator pitch. Yeah. Why? Story 2 is more complete. Absolutely. Yeah. I think you hit it on the head there, Adele. Story 2, because you construct it positively. So, yeah. And so I'm going back through chat here. I want to make sure I'm catching everything. Um, Hey, Isaac. Good to see you. Celeste says, the first one you tattle on yourself. Not everyone has the right to your vulnerabilities. Absolutely. I agree. Angel says, 1 is giving off low confidence and has a negative tone. 2 gives off desirable candidate interested in experience in the field. Absolutely. Yep. Yeah. The journey of the hero. Also that. Yeah, you guys have brought up a lot of great points. So the reason I told those 2 stories is because story 1 is one that I've heard a lot. And again, it was perfectly true as well. All those things happened to me. I felt all those things. I had lots of struggles and things happened maybe by chance, but also story 2 is equally true. I've done a lot of things that I'm very proud of. And it's important for us to learn from your perspective, from your story, how to take that story 1 and turn it into story 2, because all of us have the ability to do that. And I want to ask you guys, I'm going to ban this person. Hang on. 2 seconds. Just give a little ban. There we go. Lovely. So I want to ask you guys, what's the difference between what makes a true story different from a fact? What makes a true story different from a fact? Lay, welcome to the stream. I love that answer. That's fantastic. Good to have you here. They say a true story offers a narrative. Yeah, and 6 is right as well. It also offers perspective. So when you're just stating a fact, yes, a fact can make you feel something, but that's not the primary purpose of stating it. The primary purpose of a fact is stating information. The primary purpose of a story is a true story is taking an experience and winding emotion into it. So weaving emotion and experience together is what turns a fact into a story. And so when we are telling the story of ourselves, it's important that we think about what emotion we're trying to convey with that story to the listener. And so in my 2 stories, story 1, some of you stated how it made you feel. It made you feel sad, uncomfortable, because you felt bad or pitiable toward the teller, right? And I think it's important to think about that when we're telling our own stories. Are we framing this information about ourselves in such a way? How does it make the listener feel about ourselves? And you might be thinking, well, that's all well and good, but I have nothing to tell that could turn my story into a positive one. I have nothing to say that could make this, that could shed any good light on my experiences. And I would disagree. I would say that the cool thing about life is that every experience we have ever had, has multiple facets to it. And I kind of think of it like a prism, right? You can take a prism and you can shine a light into it and it'll shine out one side of the prism. If you rotate that prism, it doesn't make the other facet go away. It just shines the light in a different direction. And so, what I'd like to help you all do is figure out how to take that prism of your experiences and just rotate it so we catch the right facet, to find the right angle on your real experiences without being untruthful, still telling the truth, and find a way to weave that narrative together into a design that conveys the right emotion when you go into an interview, that conveys the emotion to the interviewer, that says, hey, I am the right candidate for this. I have accomplished a lot of things. I've overcome a lot of challenges, and that's why I would be a fantastic fit for your team. Right? Yeah. 80 says, just got here. Can you repeat the stories? I won't repeat them, but I will give you the gist. In the first story, both of the stories I told were true, and both of them were about me. The first one, I focused on challenges I had encountered, but really didn't speak about anything in any ways that I'd overcome them. I sort of sold myself as a passenger in my own life, as someone who things just sort of happened to. And then I sort of stumbled from one opportunity to the other. And anything that and I don't know if you all caught this, but anything good that I said I had done in the past, I immediately qualified it with a but. So I would say something like, I got a job right out of right out of college, but here's why that didn't matter. Here, I got a job right out of college, but I was a second alternate for the position, and I only got it because 2 other people dropped out. So instead of just saying, yes, I had an internship and then I got a job right out of college, like I did in the second story, there's no need to qualify that sort of thing. But I hear it all the time. Folks will say something, an accomplishment that they've done. People say something, remarkable that they've done, or something good or valuable that they've done in the past, and then they immediately qualify it with a but, to diminish it, to make it less important. And I that's such an interesting trend that I see. And I think it has something to do with, the sin of pride or whatever it is. We don't want to make ourselves sound too prideful or too interesting or too self-important. But you have to think about it from the perspective of when you're in an interview, that's your only goal. Your only goal is to make yourself the best and the most important candidate they could potentially hire right now. Your goal is to win. And so you have to sort of reframe your story in that way. And so 80s New Waver, the second story that I told was the kind of story that I would like to tell in an interview. It was also true, just like the first one, but it focused on the things that I had accomplished, and it didn't diminish my own achievements by making excuses for why things happened. I became the driver of those accomplishments because I was, and I stated a clear cause and effect as to why the good things I had done resulted in good outcomes and positive growth, and it established a positive narrative from start to finish, slowly guiding me from a non-tech beginning into where I am now, which is a technical role. So it established a clear through line and clear narrative, slowly easing me further and further into tech, establishing a passion for technology, and landing me finally in a dev position. And so that's the difference. We have to think about narrative. We have to think about the reason we listen to stories and the reason we tell stories is because we want to see a journey. We want to see a start, a finish, and a satisfying conclusion. And so when we're thinking about our own stories, that's what we have to do. Ellipse, thank you so much for the sub. My goodness. You get the generic subscription thing because I still haven't fixed it. But thank you, Ellipse. That's very kind of you. Okay. Yeah, and Ben says, they say there's 3 sides to every story: your truth, my truth, and something in between. Yeah, but I would say that you don't even have to lie. Again, there's usually multiple facets to every experience, and simply the words you use to convey an experience can matter a lot. For example, saying yes and instead of yes but. There's a principle in improv comedy where you never say no. You only say yes and. So if you state an accomplishment, you should follow that with an and instead of a but. And that can be a very simple sort of verbal and mental change that might be helpful in reframing our own past accomplishments. Instead of saying the word but, say the word and. Say, yes, I did something cool, and here's why that matters, instead of saying, but here's why it doesn't matter. So we're going to do that, and we're going to do some story crafting here in a minute, but I wanted to kind of lay the groundwork. I wanted to give those two examples of, again, true stories from my life, but why the second one is so much better than the first. And again, why they're both true, but why the second one is one that should be shared in an interview. Oh, goodness, what is this? I see a little box. What does it mean? What is the box? What's in the box? Thank you. I don't know what the box is, but hooray. Oh my goodness, Ellipse, you gifted a sub. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Life's Meaning, if you are in chat, please feel free to thank Ellipse. That's very kind of you. Yes, that's a gifted sub. I can see it here in my feed. Thank you so much. That's lovely. Yeah. Yeah, Minnie says, in story 2, you convinced your interviewers that you are capable of overcoming challenges and solving problems for yourself and them. Yep, that's the narrative. That's the feeling that you want to convey. Mattel says, Mind Wolf lore stream. Yeah, a little bit. I felt like it would be helpful to share two true stories and to show how different they sound when you listen to them from the other. Because a lot of the times we're not used to listening to our stories, right? We're used to telling them. And so if you listen to somebody else's stories with me making mistakes that I know a lot of people make in the first one, you can feel the emotional impact of that, how uncomfortable it made you feel, how it made you feel about me in the first one, and then versus how it made you feel in the second one. Exactly. Celeste says, being confident is not boasting, it is sharing the truth of who you are. Exactly. It's just a different facet of the truth. Mm-hmm. Web developer says, what if we make things better and lie to recruiters? Is this good or bad to do? I'm not going to tell you anything that you can't do. You can do whatever you want. But what I will say is oftentimes outright lying is going to get you in trouble. And there's often ways that you can not have to do that by being a little bit better about looking at your past experiences and figuring out how to talk about them. Mattel says, I tend to list stuff on my resume without the indication that I did this or that, nor do I provide an indication that a team did something. If they ask about it, then I provide clarification. Sure, that's another valid strategy. A little bit less is more, right? You can list something cool and then elaborate if they ask you to follow up. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so now let's kind of get to the meat of what I want to do today, which is actually crafting some of your stories. So, given what we've already talked about, if anybody would like to, hey, Belle says, I'm a senior dev. We can tell when people are lying. Yeah, I mean, I'm also a senior dev. Yeah, welcome to the stream, by the way. Good to have you here. Yeah, you should be very careful about that. I would agree. Hey, I would avoid lying if at all possible. You know, of course, I'm not living your life. I can't tell you what to do, but we should learn how to talk about our real accomplishments, our real verified accomplishments in such a way that they can still sell us as a good candidate, as a person who is the best fit for the team. Yeah, lots of people have lied and had it backfire. Absolutely. All right, so would anybody who's having trouble crafting their story or framing their past experiences in a positive light, or even just joining things together into a coherent narrative, would anybody like to share their story in chat, and then we can work on turning it into something that is, that you feel proud to tell an interviewer in an interview for a software engineer job. Also, if you have questions, feel free to ask as well. This is going to be kind of a back and forth type situation. I've got my cranberry lime seltzer water, so I'm hydrated. I'm good to go. Oh, Sagama, you told your story above. Well, if you're not sure even what to say, just list off your experiences. Either you don't have to even really frame it in any kind of way. It's not a test. It's not a quiz. If you just want to list off your past experiences, we can tie those together into a narrative. Sagama says, I never enjoyed working on teams much, but I've proven whatever skills I lack, be it design, UI, UX, I was able to learn myself, which has made me a more well-rounded developer. Yeah, so one thing I would say about that, Sagama, is it's being a self-starter is wonderful. Um, but I would not ever emphasize that you don't enjoy working on a team. You can prefer independent work. That's great. That's perfectly fine. A lot of folks are, independent contributors by design, but most of the time you are going to want to have some examples of where you accomplished something on a team. Now, you don't have to say that you enjoyed it, but you should be able to speak to teamwork, because if you are ever working for an employer, you are often going to be working on some kind of a team, even if it's a very loose distributed team where everybody does something different. You can definitely emphasize your ability to you can definitely emphasize your ability to learn independently. So you might say, so Sagama, here, let's do a quick one here. Sagama, you might say, yeah, hi, my name is Sagama. I am I'm a skilled developer in a variety of languages and tools. I have a passion for, I'm mostly self-taught, and I have a passion for UI, UX development. And I've built projects X, Y, and Z independently on a freelance basis. I'd be happy to demonstrate those projects for you. And also, I have some history with team projects as well. And then here you might list off a few team things you've done with a team, even if it's just one or two things. But you don't have to say how you felt about that. You can say, for the majority of my career, I've been independently freelance, teaching myself new skills as I need to learn them. And it's made me a very well-rounded developer with the ability to carry projects from start to finish, to work with customers, and to deliver on those projects mostly independently without too much oversight, and to be efficient and clean in my own code. So that's what you might say, Sagama. Instead of saying I don't like this, or I don't want that, sort of skipping over that and focusing on the positives of that experience, meaning that you are very good at teaching yourself how to do things. Lay hey, that's all right. So there is no, so we're on Twitch right now, so there is no ability to voice chat. But you are welcome to share your story in Twitch chat here if you would like. Adele says, as a pharmacist, I worked as a community pharmacist. Then I transitioned to work as a doctor approval. I assume that means you approved prescriptions for a doctor. Just clarifying. You worked as a doctor approver in the medical insurance fields for. You got cut off there, Adele. But yeah, so we can say. So my name is Adele. I have a background mostly in pharmacy. I worked in a busy community pharmacy where I was handling a large number of prescriptions a day. I was interfacing directly with customers and communicating their needs, confirming prescriptions from doctors' offices, and making sure that the customer got exactly the prescription they needed. I understand how important it is that medications are delivered accurately, quickly, and correctly to the right customer for the right issue. And so I understood the seriousness and the detail-oriented aspects of this position. And then I moved upward to become directly a doctor approver in the medical insurance field. And what that meant is that I approved insurance claims for prescriptions and made sure that that the doctors were prescribing the right medications to patients. It's sort of a check and balance system for the medical industry. Again, it was an incredibly crucial and serious role, and it really gave me the ability to think critically, to be very detail oriented, to again be the interface between the incredibly technical doctor, the doctors that I was working with, to understand medical terminology, to quickly pick up jargon, and then to translate those things to lay people, to people who don't understand medical jargon. And so it made me a very effective communicator. It made me understand details and logic and think about the big picture, that interface between doctor and customer, which I feel makes me an excellent fit for this software role. I feel like a lot of these skills also apply here, and that I would be an excellent fit for your team. Hey, Am Game. Thank you so much. It's good to have you here. I'm sorry my voice is a little low. I'm going to try to move my mic a little bit more. It's about as close to my face as I can get it. Here, and there's one more thing I can try. Hopefully that's a little better. If need be, I can adjust a little bit over the break. All right, okay, got a lot of stuff coming in here in chat here. All right, thank you all for sharing. Copper Lily says security guard, insurance adjuster, planner and scheduler, orbiter integrity clerk, sorry, cashier, directory assistance operator, BA in psychology. Okay, great. So Copper Lily, I don't know if you listed your roles in order, but I'm going to treat them as though you listed them as in order. I'm not sure if that's true or not. Oh, hey, Matthias, good to see you. This is great. Yeah, we're doing story crafting today. So Copper Lily, for you, I would say something like, hi, my name is Copper Lily. I've worked in a variety of fields in my career in a variety of industries. So I've been exposed to a large variety of the business world, and I've interfaced with a lot of different types of customers, both technical and non-technical. In my past, I've worked as a security guard for XYZ business. I had to be alert, I had to be organized, and I had to be able to handle very ambiguous situations. So one of the things about being a security guard is you have to react quickly and correctly to every situation that comes up, because the consequences, if you don't, could be very severe. So after that, after I was a security guard, I transitioned to being an insurance adjuster, which is, again, similar. You have to be very detail oriented. You have to make sure that claims are being processed correctly, both for the benefit of the customer and for the benefit of the company. You want to make sure that that money is flowing exactly where it needs to go, for all the right reasons. And then I became a planner and scheduler, sort of transitioning more into a technical role. So I started working with more technologies and more tools, and I realized I really started to have a passion for technology, for development, for this industry as a whole. Because after that, I actually started working, and I remember this. I'm just going to include this. I actually worked for NASA as a contractor, doing orbital integrity calculations and making sure that orbiting spacecraft stayed in the air. And during that time, I worked with, you can list some specific technical systems here. I made sure that our satellites in space just stayed in the air and that the data we collected was correct. And it was an incredible experience, and taught me a lot of things about coding, about working with teams, and continued that trend of my passion for detail, my passion for troubleshooting, and my ability to work to provide the correct answer in high stress situations. And so honestly, that's probably where I would leave it. I would say that in your narrative, Copper Lily, working for NASA, I mean, how can you get any better than that, right? If once you've done something with spacecraft, like where else do you go from there? Honestly, maybe that's just me. I love space, but I mean, I think that's freaking rad. Kapaloo says, because the jobs I work there are nothing like what people imagine, then why dissuade them? I guess is what I'm saying. It doesn't, the actual things that you did, um, again, otherwise I'm lying. Well, but you still collected data about spacecraft, right? Sorta. Okay. Tell me why that's not true. All right, I'm gonna catch up here also. We've got so many wonderful people sharing things. Sorry, I want to make sure I don't miss anybody. Okay. Lee says, I graduated with an English degree, tutored English for a few years. went to law school. Wow. Worked as an attorney for a year. Now working contract while I work with 100 devs. That's amazing. That's awesome. I love it. All right. So Lei, you might say, yeah, so I actually have a background in English and the arts, and so I'm a very good communicator. I'm a very good written and verbal communication. Um, and then I also went to law school. I passed the bar, and I worked as an attorney doing XYZ kinds of law, whatever you did, and maybe some accomplishments that you had while you were an attorney there, Lei. So you say, yeah, I went to law school. I worked as an attorney doing contract law, and I brokered contracts between Fortune 500 businesses, and again applying the critical thinking, efficiency, and clarity of communication that comes from my background. During this time, I had to do a lot of research into some very technical topics related to software and patents and all the nitty gritty things that come with running a business in the 21st century, a lot of which is digital and electronic and powered by code and databases and software. And so during this time, while I was doing this research, I developed a passion for coding and for writing software. And so I started taking learned coding myself. I taught myself how to code. I started taking contracts full time, and I became a full time freelancer, managing multiple contracts at once, using my knowledge of law to really make sure that my customers and I were both satisfied legally during this process. And I balanced XYZ contracts, and you can talk about a couple projects that you did. And then I'm also continuing to teach myself more coding skills through the 100 Devs agency while I manage my own freelance contracts. Now I feel like I'm finally ready to take on these roles full time. And so I would love to bring my skills, my background in law, my background in English and creativity, bring all those skills to bear to this position, to this full time role at your company. So again, we're establishing a through line. We're establishing a narrative to say that, yeah, you might have started out in English, but then you passed the bar, you became a lawyer, and you are now slowly transitioning into tech. And again, it's all about what's the story, what's the narrative, how do we get from A to B? Sigama says, want to write my resume? Kidding. You can write your resume now. All right, let's see. I already did Adele. QB says, I'm a graphic designer that also learned UI UX while working at a mobile app startup company. Fantastic. I did work with the developers with handoff of assets, which caused curiosity to learn development. Fantastic. I like some of the words you're using there. I also used Jira and Kanban. I ended up discovering 100 Devs where I learned some web development. This has made my interest grow more for software engineering. You've got a great start there, QB. Yeah. So for you, what I would probably say is we're just going to tweak that a little bit to say, hi, my name is QB. I have a background in graphics design and with a specialization in UI UX. I did UI UX design for a mobile app startup company. We built an app that did whatever. And during that time, I worked very closely with the development team daily to hand off assets to make sure that the things I was making for them were going to work in tandem with their code. I did revisions. Oops, whoop! I did revisions, and I did revisions as needed, and I developed an understanding of the type of work that they were doing. During that time, I also learned how to work with agile methodologies, Kanban and Scrum, and I realized that I wanted to be on the other side of the house as a software developer. So I began to teach myself to code on the side, and I've been doing some projects to really build my skills. Now I would like to transition from UI UX into software development full time, and I think I can absolutely bring my experience and intuitive understanding of UI UX and the user experience into this role to make our app more functional and usable for our user base. So your story was already good there, QB. We just kind of refined it a little bit. Hey, Bagel, good to see you again. I'm gonna scrub ahead here in chat. Oh, Celeste, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Matthias. That's very kind of you. I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, great. Cool. All right, I'm getting to everybody, I promise. I was just making sure I didn't miss anything critical, but nope, we're good. We're getting caught up. All right, Monarch says, I was a medical assistant at an eye clinic, work in a small team, assisted ophthalmologists in caring for patients' eyes and eyesight. Very cool. I perform preliminary exams, record patient symptoms, administer medications, and maintain ophthalmic equipment. This is my current experience. I work with an ophthalmologist directly. Side project, I have worked on a glasses prescription converter from a glasses prescription converter. You have a BS in biochemistry. Awesome. Okay, great. So, I have a background. So my name is Monarch, and I have a background in biochemistry. And I'm currently working as a medical assistant in an eye clinic, where I collaborate daily with a small team. We are very close knit, and we work directly with the ophthalmologist, making sure that we perform thorough and detailed exams directly on patients. So I sort of serve as an interface between the patient, who's our customer in this case, and the ophthalmologist, who is obviously a very technical person. And so I have to kind of serve as that technical translator between the patient and the ophthalmologist. I not only perform the exams, I record symptoms, I administer medications, and I maintain the equipment directly. So I have my hands on both, not only the patient, but also the hardware that works directly with the patient. I have to make sure that that hardware is configured correctly. Otherwise, bad things could happen. And it involves me being very detail oriented, very careful, very efficient. While also delivering an accurate result 100% of the time, because if I don't, then the patient could get the wrong prescription, for example. And while I've been doing this work, I've worked with a lot of different technologies and tools. Like with most medical fields, there's a lot of software and technology involved. And while I was working for this ophthalmologist, I found myself being frustrated by the software that we used to convert glasses prescriptions. It didn't work terribly well. It was slow. It was sometimes inaccurate. And so I decided to teach myself to code, and I have actually built an updated, accurate version of this glasses prescription converter for use in ophthalmologist offices. And I'd be happy to demonstrate that project for you and show you how how my passion for coding has translated into this real world project that's currently being used in ophthalmologist offices. AM says, too much time not on Twitch. Where were you? My friend, one of the most important things about content creation is that you gotta let yourself have a life. So no matter what kind of content you're making, um, I guess the good thing about the type of content that I make is that I don't rely on it for my income. And so, man, I can take time off whenever I want. I'll always be back eventually. And so, yes, the most important thing is no matter what type of content you're making, or even when you're doing the job hunt, the important thing is to be kind to yourself. And so, and be kind to your family, spend time with your family, spend time with your loved ones. We should never feel like we're beholden to a schedule that reduces our well being. We should try to avoid that at all costs, right? And so, for me, that's what I choose to do. Whenever I want to, I'm not going to stream. Sorry, my dog just barked. Shush, buddy. Adele says, great, but still not mentioning the reason behind getting into tech. Is it crucial to mention or not? I think it's good to mention um, if you can tie it into the narrative, right? It's especially helpful if you have a project that's related to your previous field. So for you, Adele, I apologize. Yeah, so you could say something like, for you, Adele, you could say something like, while I was working in the pharmacy, I often found myself working with sort of outdated corporate tools for managing prescriptions, which just were not very functional. They were difficult to use, poor UI, UX. And so I decided to bring my experience as a pharmacist, as someone working with these tools every day, I decided to bring my experience to bear and build my own pharmaceutical prescription tracking tool. And so I can show you this tool right now. It's up and running. And what this tool does is it allows you to enter prescriptions and then check against what the doctor's office has sent to make sure that what is being prescribed is what the doctor is actually requesting. That's just an example. I don't know what you've built, but if you can tie it to something that you've built, or with an inspiring positive reason why you decided to get into tech, then that's a great way to pull it into the narrative. Yeah, and QB, that's a great point. Something about sorry, web developer mentioned to QB that you should mention you are a UI UX designer and a web developer. That's very important. Yeah, UI UX and the ability to build apps is a big deal. Like that's like a unicorn. So that's really cool that you can do that. QB says, I've heard it's considered a unicorn. However, I've also heard that they have those roles separated in orgs. Not necessarily, no. And just because something isn't in your job description doesn't mean it's going to not make you more hireable. I love my space, both outer and personal. Hey, Turtle Wake, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. QB says, is this recorded, Mindwolf? It is. All of my streams are recorded. Yep. So it'll be available on Twitch for 60 days, and then I will move them to YouTube. I actually have a backlog of videos that I need to move to YouTube and publish there. Also, my YouTube is ad-free, so if you want to do !YouTube in chat, you can see all of my entire archive ad-free on YouTube. I don't monetize my channel. Minnie says, as an 8-year-old, my dad gave me a laptop. It was beige and had a blue screen. I learned DOS to play math games with it. Loved computers ever since. I didn't go the traditional college route, got a job as an accounting assistant. It was quite successful. I've always wanted to code, so I went to college against my dad's advice. Afterwards, freelanced in graphic and web design, then leveled up my skills in an agency training program called 100 Devs. I enjoy solving real world problems by coding. Yeah, I think that sounds pretty good there, Minnie. You might say, you might clean up the start of that story just a little bit, just tighten it up a little bit to say something like, I've been coding in DOS since I was 8 years old. So you could just say that for the first part. And then after that, I really like the verbiage that you've used. You could say something like, I went straight out of college into the workforce. So instead of saying I didn't go the traditional college route, you could say something like, I got a job straight out of high school as an accounting assistant and was quite successful at that. Built up a successful accounting business for 10 years or whatever. And then I went to college and got my degree in whatever, and then worked as a graphic designer and web designer. And yeah, I think the rest of it is great. Lay says, oh, this is brilliant. My worry is that an interviewer wouldn't believe I would want to leave law. I think the issue that a lot of folks have sometimes is that they feel like they need to justify their career change and or make excuses for it. And I really don't think you need to, as long as you're framing the transition to tech in a positive way, to just make it logical, make it something like where the interviewer is going to be like, yeah, that makes total sense why you would want to do that, rather than saying something like, oh, well, my job sucked and I wasn't making any money, so I want to do tech now. You could say something like I mentioned in your story, to say something like, yeah, I organically had to do a lot of research on software and patents and coding in order to understand the types of cases I was being expected to arbitrate. And in that time, I started writing my own code, and I realized that I actually had more of a passion for coding at that time than law. And so I wanted to become a full-time software developer. Yeah, and Minnie says that's a great point. Minnie says there's so much opportunity in tech and law, very niche. Yeah, absolutely. If you can be a like if you have coding knowledge and law knowledge, like that's friggin' wild. That is so marketable. Hey, Bear Masu. 80 says English and Python, Java, whatever, are both languages that require a wide vocabulary. Using the right word versus using the right method, syntax, grammar, editing, proofreading require being exacting and reader focused, just like programming. Yep. And I say that from my own experience because I actually have always been much more skilled and passionate about writing and reading and English and grammar and the etymology of words and things like that. So in school, those were always the things that I excelled at is writing fiction stories and writing essays and vocabulary and spelling and all those things. I was not good at math. I never have been. And so but those things, the ability to string a sentence together logically and to understand the parts of a sentence and to understand the fullness of a statement based on the words it contains, all those things are actually really valuable in coding. The fact that you contracted for NASA appeals to us nerds. It's great nerd bait. It absolutely is. Yeah, I would never not mention that. It's something to be proud of. It doesn't really matter the nitty gritty of what you did. What matters is what did your team accomplish while you were there assisting them. I think, and I'm sure they did great things because of you. Motown says, I graduated with a degree in political science and ended up a bartender for a while. Cool. I spent years as a claims adjuster where I was the team lead in 2 separate offices, as well as a mentor to a new adjuster. I was never satisfied working in insurance and finally had a friend in the IT department push me to pursue my love of coding. How best can I leverage the team lead and mentor aspect into my story? I hated insurance and feel unclear how to weave it into my story. Yeah, so you don't have to say anything about how you felt some kind of way while you were working, in insurance. I worked in finance for several years and I never liked finance, but what I did like was the things I got to do while I was there. So you can say something like, my name is Motown. I have a degree in political science, and I worked as a bartender for several years while I trained myself to then later become a claims adjuster. So I have a lot of customer relations experience, and then working in insurance, I had to make sure that claims were delivered correctly, that money flowed correctly from the company to the customer to make sure that the customers got their payouts and that the company was able to manage the funds that they did have to ensure those payouts were correct. I worked my way up to be a team lead in the office, where I also then became a mentor to junior adjusters, making sure that they got their work done on time, making sure that they had the guidance that they needed in order to become successful full adjusters in themselves. And during this time as a leader, I also reached out to other departments at the organization to better understand the big picture of how the business worked. And I interfaced with several folks in the IT department who recognized that I actually had a major passion for coding and development. I was teaching myself how to code at the time, and my acquaintance in the IT department recommended me that I should pursue software development full time. And after building several of my own projects, I realized that I could bring my passion for leadership, my passion for mentorship, and my coding ability to this role as a full-time software developer. So notice I didn't say anything negative about your experience in insurance. I emphasized your leadership and how you worked your way up. Started from the bottom, now we're here, and got yourself there. By the skin of your teeth, and taught yourself to code and gained such skills that people in other departments recognized it and said that, hey, you should do this. Bear Masu says, I have a biology degree, a nursing degree, a half a law degree, and a computer science degree. I'd rather really not say why I have all the degrees. So Bear Masu, the way you talk about your degrees, it's up to you. You could emphasize your love of learning and your passion for a variety of industries. Or if you're not comfortable with that, you could take the other 2 degrees off. It's up to you. Can take the other 2 degrees off and focus on the computer science degree and just, make it like a straight shot from computer science into the industry. It's up to you how you want to choose to talk about that. I would say that neither are bad. Both can be framed positively. Um, the tech industry loves people with varied backgrounds, like we were talking earlier about someone who has experience in law and development, because you can bring that niche expertise to bear on projects and help companies develop apps for niche industries. So you could spin it that way, or you could not talk about those other degrees. It's really up to you. Capitalist says, I don't want people here thinking I had anything to do with orbital calculations because nothing could be further from the truth. I don't think that matters. What can you tell me more about being an orbital clerk, what you did, if you want to. Halo says, would building the 100 Hours project around a passion unrelated to our work be okay, or is it better to tie into our current career? Um, it's generally easier if you can tie it into your current career, but if you built it about something else, it should at least be something that you can speak passionately about, right? You should have passion when you talk about it and explain why you did this. It wasn't just a random topic that you picked. Why did you choose this? Why is it something that you chose to spend 100 hours or more developing? Yes, 80 says, sometimes I explain my career change as it just wasn't for me without getting into what sounds like complaining. Yeah, you absolutely do not want to complain. You want to frame each transition as a step forward, right? To say, like, and then here's why this next thing was even better than the thing I was doing before. Matthias says, my story should and probably my project should revolve around my experience as a professional musician, but since the pandemic, talking about that is kind of panic inducing. Too much stuff happened. Yeah, in obviously there's a certain mental aspect to this as well. If you can find a way to frame it without talking about the uncomfortable parts, that might be a little bit easier. You don't have to say, like, and the, I don't know that I'm not, I'm just making up a story here. You don't have to say, and the pandemic, really ruined my business and financially ruined me, and I haven't been able to find work. Instead, you can say, yeah, I've been a professional musician for 10 years. And during the pandemic, obviously there were lots of challenges facing people who perform in public venues and the arts in general. And so I realized that if I wanted to have a stable career going forward, I would need to instead focus on my secondary passion, which is coding and software development. And so during that period, during the pandemic, when many venues were closed, I chose to focus my energy on learning how to code. I taught myself how to code independently. I've started building projects. Here's the things that I've built. And now I've realized that I would like to pursue software development as a full-time career. So you don't have to focus on the negative implosion or the reasons for those changes. You can instead say, because I think it's very logical that people would understand that someone in an arts focused field would have had legitimate struggles during the pandemic. And so all you need to say is, and as you know, the pandemic was very difficult for the arts. And so logically, it makes sense that you would want to transition into a more stable career. Yeah, 80s New Waiver, for Copper Lily. I love that you brought that up. You said just being hired by NASA or any well-known company communicates that you passed a very stringent hiring process. Yeah, you have friggin' security clearance. Like, that's big. I see a lot of developer jobs, especially in government, that require top secret clearance for you to even get the job. So that might be something that you should look into, Copper Lily, if you still have security clearance. Are those, literally top secret developer jobs? Angel says, went to college for welding, became a professional welder before finishing a degree, hated it. Don't have to say that. Started selling cars, became a virtual assistant. Software has been the first challenge that's kept my interest longer than 6 months. That's awesome. Everything else I get too good at and get bored or burnt out. Okay, yeah. So, um, again, thinking about framing, right? We don't have to say that we didn't like what we were doing. We just have to make the transition from one thing to the next thing seem logical. So you could say, yeah, so my background is in the trades. I went to college for welding and I was a professional welder building XYZ for X number of years. And I then obtained my degree. I then moved into sales and business. So I'm very good at relating to customers. I'm very good at selling product and very good at translating the customer's needs into exactly the product they need and matching them with that product. I sold cars and was very successful at doing that. And then I moved into an even more customer focused role as a virtual assistant. Um, I help them schedule their meetings. I help them book their, book their itineraries, book their flights, do everything that they needed to do in order to be successful, and really trying to anticipate their every need. So I'm extremely good at thinking at things from a customer perspective and then translating that into a successful business outcome. And on the side, while I was a virtual assistant, I began to teach myself how to code and build projects. And I realized that I didn't have to be just the middleman between the customer and the business outcome. I could be the person that created the business outcome. So now I'm, trying to further that career to be that person to take those customer requirements and develop the outcome myself. And I would like to apply that passion to a full-time role as a software developer. Motown says they are asking about how to bridge their past experience with insurance to their 100 hours project. Yeah, so yeah, I know that, yeah, regulations can be difficult as far as if you're in a highly regulated industry, what you can and can't do as far as around building applications. Um, yeah, with that regard, I mean, you could always go with something that you're just passionate about in general and from a personal perspective, maybe related to your family or related to your interests. As long as you can speak to the reason why you did it and speak to, really come off passionate about that thing that you built in an interview. So yeah, for you that might be better if you're in a highly regulated industry. Yeah, Matthias. So going back to your story, you were a musician, then the pandemic, did what the pandemic did. So you could say something like, yeah, you could say, during the pandemic, I was, of course, unable to perform in public venues. So I began freelancing and creating my own work. And I worked in I mean, you could say horse grooming if that might be interesting to the interviewer, depending on how things are going. Or you could just say you were freelancing and then also teaching yourself how to code on the side. Oh, holy cannoli, Copper Lily! Thank you for sharing. So, Copper Lily, I asked Copper Lily to share some more information about what they did as an orbital clerk. And yeah, holy crap, that's even cooler than I imagined. So they said they ensured the safety of the people working inside the space shuttle. Holy crap. Monitoring O2 levels, checking credentials, auditing tools and chemicals. That's amazing. That is that should be the pinnacle of, yeah, that's like, there's so many things you can talk about there. Um, and also thank you for the follow, Whistler and Creasy. Thank you so much. Um, so yeah, you can say from what I'm seeing is your narrative, the the NASA part should especially be the place that you focus on. You could say yes, and I worked for NASA as an orbital. I apologize, I don't remember the exact title. An orbital clerk, and during that time, I had one of the most crucial jobs of making sure that the people inside these confined spaces that are literally orbiting in space, a tin can orbiting in space filled with oxygen, making sure that everybody stayed safe, that the right chemicals were in use, that the right materials were in use at all times, making sure that the astronauts had enough oxygen to breathe at all times, and making sure that they were using the right tools in the right spaces for the right reasons. This ensured that all the crews stayed safe, and that and it was a it was an incredibly rewarding field that offered absolutely zero room for mistakes. And so it taught me to be detail oriented. It taught me to be, I literally had people's lives in my hands. And so I had to be incredibly conscientious in my work. And it taught me a level of dedication that I think I'd never experienced before. And now I'd like to really apply that level of dedication, that level of conscientiousness to this role, and to elevate this team just the same way I worked with my team at NASA. So I thank you so much for sharing that job description, Copper Lily, because that is incredible. That's you can probably answer half of the questions in an interview from that position alone. Angel says you're super eloquent and it's off the dome. Thank you. That's very kind. It is something that you can practice, though. It's not something that just happens, right? Anybody can get this way. You just have to practice. Copperly says, I also needed a clearance to be a security guard working for top secret DoD contractors. That's another thing you should talk about. You were not just a security guard, Copperlily. You were a Department of Defense security guard. That's a whole different level. The types of things that you were guarding were literally life and death. So you have worked in several life and death, zero risk, or like zero risk tolerance positions, right? You had to be correct in your outcomes 100% of the time, or people could literally die. And like that should absolutely be something that you emphasize. Like, holy crap. That's incredible. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Oh, no worries, Motown. Thank you. Copperly says, so even though that experience was like 2 decades ago, should I still lean into it? It's really the most interesting thing I've done. Yes. That's so freaking cool. And to kind of bridge that gap in between those things, you can then emphasize that you were freelancing, doing projects on the side. I know you've built a lot of stuff, so you can absolutely smooth bridge over that gap between those times. But I mean, honestly, once you've been in charge of people's lives, literally, like, that's what how much better can you get? I mean, that's like the top skill that you could possibly have, in my opinion. No, Copper Lily says, y'all are making me out to be way more awesome than the reality. I wouldn't say that. No, I don't think that's true. Remember, the whole point of a story is the emotion that you are conveying to the listener. And it's none of this is, I'm not lying about any of the things that you've done. I'm saying the real things that you've done. I'm just using the words to properly convey the feeling of how people should feel when they hear your story. And so I think it's important to not discount yourself and not take yourself for granted, because some of the things that you've done are things that some people literally could not. I have ADHD. I wouldn't put myself in charge of making sure that astronauts stay alive on a space station. Like, I would not feel comfortable doing that just because of my nature of my I have inattentive ADHD, and so don't make me make astronauts stay alive, please, or guard DoD bunkers or whatever. Like, that's not something I could possibly do. Yeah, being humble isn't going to get you anywhere. And yeah, like you said, you should have seen some of the people I worked with. Yes, that's the point, right? That's the point. Is that you aren't lesser just because I don't know, you are exceptional. That's people get into positions all the time because they are not humble, right? And so the only way we can get there is also by acknowledging the cool things we've done and speaking positively about those things. Oh, yeah. Copper Lily, network with Minnie. They say, I've been working with a recruiter hiring software engineers at a government agency. Happy to connect you. Yeah, do it, Copper Lily. You've already got top secret clearance. Like, that's super hard for recruiters to find. Cascade says, working at a small business owned by a software engineer, realize what an asset those skills are to all small businesses. 100% true. Yeah, I love that angle. This led me to sharpen my own programming skills so I can help other small businesses reduce barriers to growth. Yeah, one thing I might do there, Cascadesy, is maybe be a little bit more specific. So I love the angle because, yeah, a lot of small businesses have a deficit of knowledge when it comes to software engineering. So if you can be a little bit more specific about the types of things that you learned, or the you could say, like, working at a small business owned by a software engineer, I helped develop XYZ. I helped build web pages and or build desktop applications or whatever it is you did. And then, what skills you then decided to sharpen, because I think you've definitely got a great start to your story there. I love the small business angle, and it's because it's definitely true. And so you can just be a little bit, give a few more details there. Bagel says, my interest in STEM began when I was a kid by building and programming Lego robots. Oh, I love that. I used to always want those Lego, like the Lego Mindstorms, right? I used to always want those, but they were so expensive and my parents couldn't afford it. Like the R2D2, the Lego Mindstorms R2D2. My best friend had one and I was so jealous. Let's see what else. Oh, Alvaro, thank you so much for the follow. Using building sites using builders like Webs and Weebly. In high school, I joined a robotics program and helped build a 120-pound robot, which inspired me to volunteer for the event yearly after graduation. Was certified as an EMT, worked for 5 years until I became curious about web dev. Started my self-taught journey and aimed to become a full-stack dev. Currently build apps for robotic teams, an active member and speaker of Free Code Camp Indy. Fantastic. You've got a great narrative going there. Absolutely, Bagel. So yeah, you could kind of flavor that a little bit maybe and say something like, yeah, I've been interested in programming since I was a child. When I was younger, I programmed my own robots and was building my own websites. And you could say something like, by a certain age, by the age of 10, I was programming robots and building websites. And I've been doing robotics for most of my life. I was on robotics teams in high school, and I now volunteer for the local robotics teams at my high school, building applications for them. And here's an example of an application that I built. You could show one here. In my professional life, I've worked in I've spent a lot of my time working as in the medical field as an EMT, which obviously requires a lot of focus, a lot of stress management, a lot of critical decision-making skills, and also working directly with the public. And I really loved helping people and working in the medical field, but I decided to transition full-time into the field that I've loved all my life, which is software development and coding. So I have been teaching myself how to code while working as an EMT and while volunteering and building apps for the robotics teams. And now I'm finally ready to transition full-time into the software development field to sort of fulfill my lifelong passion for coding. So again, just kind of tying things together a little bit more into that start to finish narrative. So if you'll notice, I kind of focused on, I kind of moved the, tied up the volunteer robotics stuff into a single kind of a section, and then transitioned into professional life as an EMT, and then said, obviously, since I've been doing this stuff as building these apps as, for most of my life, then why wouldn't I do this full time? It's only logical, right? And so yeah, that's your narrative. Your narrative is I've been literally coding my entire life, so it's only logical. As much as I love being an EMT, it's only logical that I would eventually transition into coding full time. No, you're all good, Bagel. Totally following. Swishy says, I've been trying to figure out how to word my story. I left my last job as a health insurance sales agent because it became really scamming in the industry. I know I shouldn't say that in an interview, but I got into coding because I was doing AI response comparison and grading, and I realized you can make more money comparing code responses. Sure, Swishy. Okay. All right, so you didn't mention like your educational background or anything, but that's okay. So you can say, yeah, so I have a background in the insurance industry, working in sales, working directly with the customers to match them with the exact insurance product that they wanted and that they needed. And so in that field, I learned a lot about translating these technical insurance terms to something that the customer can understand, and then translating the customer's needs. Or sometimes they didn't even know exactly what they needed, but translating that into then the specific technical product, insurance product that they would need to purchase. And I did that for several years. But I also started doing some work with AI on the side, training large language models, training AI responses, grading their performance and their proficiency, and doing this sort of very technical, detail oriented work made me realize that I absolutely love this burgeoning field of AI and large language models, and I want to contribute to what is likely to be the future of technology, which is AI. And so, in that regard, I began to teach myself coding and began to understand more about these AI models. And now I'd actually like to transition into software development full time, preferably working on large language models and bringing the future to life. So, your transition there, Swishy, is that you were working, you started out working with customers in insurance, translating customer needs, but on the side, you picked up this gig, working with AI, working with LLMs, and then you realized actually, I really like this. I feel like AI is the future. AI is going to, bring in this next era for humanity, and so I would like to be a part of that. You taught yourself to code on the side. You got deeper into AI and LLMs, and now you'd like to do that full time. So logical transition right there. Again, we don't have to say anything negative about your previous job. We can say the benefits that your previous job gave you, which, working with customers is not a skill that everybody has, right? Customer service is very hard. And sales is even harder. So you can do sales and customer service, which is huge. Um, and you can also be that translator between the customer and the technical products, which is also huge. So soft skills are big, so you should emphasize those, but you don't have to say, yeah, I left insurance because it was scammy and cruddy. We don't need to say that. We can just say, yeah, and I just found something I like more. Matthias says, I totally forgot I was a volunteer medic in civil defense for 8 years. Holy cannoli! I really have to take some time to remember what I did. Wow, yeah, that's an incredible part of your story, Matthias. 8 years as a medic. Yeah, like, wow, that's absolutely should be something that you emphasize. You're a musician, you're a medic, you have worked in the creative field, but also worked in a truly serious, life-saving, no possible errors type of a field, which is medicine. And so you have kind of both sides of the coin there, which is a really great narrative to pull together, especially for 8 years. Minnie says, sorry, this is a bit random, but a great nugget to end your interview with is I want to underscore how much I want this job. I think my skills and experiences are perfect for it, and I could have a strong positive impact on the team. Here's why. Yeah, and it can be up to you if you have a cover letter for the role, that could be in your cover letter. But I would definitely say something like that. You could say something like, this based on the job description, this role really resonated with me. And after talking to you all today, I think it just reaffirms how much I feel like this role would be a great fit for me. And then you can list the specific reasons why, because, we get to work with customers, and my strong background in customer service absolutely prepares me for that aspect of it. But then there's also this strong, technical part where we're working with these complex, large scale systems, which I absolutely have past experience in working in, I don't know, whatever role you had, pharmacy or whatever, working with the large complex systems that are involved in the pharmaceutical industry can also be brought to bear for this role as well. So yeah, great suggestion there, Minnie. Oh, thank you, Manenge. Cascadesy says, my current role is not engineering related. That's fine, doesn't matter. I didn't even know my boss was a software engineer. All engineering has been on the side through 100 devs and just starting to do some freelancing. Yeah, that's very common. Again, you can still spin that very easily. You know, you can just say, yeah, I developed a passion for coding on the side. In addition to my day job, I've been doing freelancing and building projects for customers. And have been slowly transitioning to the idea that I actually prefer this type of software development work that I've been doing on the side, and I would very much like to transition to explore this passion full time. Main says, I'd love to ask if you have a framework that you could teach us and how you were able to do this on top of the dome. You mean off the dome? Yeah. Yeah. So like I say, it's something that can be practiced, but there are a few things that you can think about. And we kind of talked about this at the beginning, and I'm happy to go over it again. It's more of thinking in terms of what is the story that you want to tell. And at the beginning, I told two stories. I told a story where I sort of just stated things that had happened to me. I made myself a passenger in my own life in the first story. I made it so things just kind of happened and I was just kind of swept along with them. And anything that I said I accomplished, I immediately said, but this is why it doesn't matter. But then in the second story, which was essentially the same series of events, I told the same thing again, but made myself the protagonist. I made myself the driving force in what had happened in these events. Here is the thing that I did that made it happen, and then here was the positive outcome. Here is what it taught me. Here are the skills I gained because of this chapter in my life. So in terms of building your narrative, you can think about, okay, first off, what was the thing that happened? What was this bullet point on your resume? And then what did you do to achieve that? You personally, what did you do to achieve that? And then what did you gain from that experience? And then overall, you can take those things and knit them together into the story. So the point of a story, we talked about, why is a story different than a fact? Well, a story is different than a fact because a story weaves an emotion. A story weaves an emotion together with that information. And so you want to convey this sort of upward trajectory, this inevitable sort of this inevitable path from wherever you started out to logically, obviously, the position you're applying for right now. And so you build that story by making it feel almost inevitable that you would end up here today. Obviously, of course, it doesn't matter, yes, of course, I started out selling ice cream, but by the end of that story, obviously, I'm here applying for this software developer role because everything in my life has led up to this point and makes me the perfect candidate. And so it's more about that. It's about drawing that thread from point A to point B, wherever point A was. It doesn't matter how far away it was. Drawing that thread from point A to point B and making yourself the protagonist in driving that car from point A to point B. What did you do to make it happen? And at each stop on the road, what skills did you gain from that experience that are now directly applicable to this position? So that's kind of my framework when I'm thinking about these things. No, of course. No need to apologize. Absolutely not. I only mentioned that because if you want to hear the story, you can go through the recording, and you can once it gets published on YouTube, just letting you know that if you want to hear those stories, they're at the beginning. Maynard says, oh, love that. Oh, awesome. Glad that's helpful. Dawdle says, this sounds interesting. Are we talking about the duality of man, enlightenment, manifestation? Hey, Dawdle. No, what we're talking about, but I guess it's kind of the duality of man. That's an interesting comment. I like that, actually. What we're talking about today is ostensibly how to answer the question, tell me about yourself in an interview. But if we want to get philosophical about it, I suppose you could say there is something to be said about the duality of man here, in that every single one of our life's experiences can be viewed from a variety of angles. On Friday, I spoke to some people who had gone through some real hardships in their life. A variety of things had happened, most of them beyond their control. And they were having difficulty spinning those into their narrative, thinking about really focusing on these, like the nature of the bad things that had happened, instead of the tenacity and the resilience that they showed in overcoming them. So the duality there is that a bad thing happened, and yes, it was probably very traumatic, but the fact that they are here and they are pursuing this goal, they are learning, they are pursuing this dream, is also another side of that narrative. That's the other half. And we talked about earlier about how each of these experiences is kind of like a prism, right? A prism has multiple sides, and depending on which way you face it, the light is going to reflect through that prism at a particular angle. And all we need to do is just turn that prism to reflect the quality and the type of light that we want to show others, that we want others to see. That doesn't mean the other facets disappear. It just means that we are just changing the angle so that maybe the light coming out of that is blue instead of green. Again, it's all true. Like I said at the beginning, the two stories that I told at the beginning are both true, and neither of them is less valid than the other. But the one that we want to share in an interview is the one that tells our story, that tells how we got from point A to point B to where we are sitting at that desk across from the interviewer right now, and how it's absolutely inevitable that every aspect of our life has led us here. Now, the other side of the story, where the bad things happen and we talk about the negative aspects of that, that's also valid. But maybe that's, what we talk to our therapist or our best friend or our mom about, and not the interviewer. So it's just choosing what aspects of those experiences to verbalize. Frankly says, if responding to a job ad, it's important to keep in mind that recruiters now often use word recognition software to sort out what applications are priority using keywords from the ad. Yeah, that's more of a mechanical aspect of applying for jobs. Certainly, yes. But I think a lot of the things that get overlooked is, again, this emotional, this mental aspect of how we talk about ourselves, right? Yeah. No, that's valid, Donald. Again, they said, I think the secret to life is learning to get out of your own head and look at your life from a non-judgmental angle as the watcher. No, I think that's also valid when we're talking about job interviews, in that we tend to be our own harshest critics, right? We tend to want to, again, we talked about qualifying our statements, saying yes, but whenever we talk about something we've done or something that was actually pretty cool, we want to say, but here's why it doesn't matter. Here's why it's less important. Here's why I'm not good enough. I think a lot of us probably do that more often than we'd like to admit. We'll say, for example, here's another story about me. I can say, yes, I was valedictorian of my high school. I could stop there. The temptation is to say, but my graduating class was only 30 people. That's the qualifying statement. That's the yes, but. Or I could rotate that prism, and instead I could say yes, and. So I'm going to reframe this as a yes, and. So I was valedictorian of my high school, and that allowed me to secure a very generous scholarship to pay for my college education. Both of those stories are true, except in one, I attempted to invalidate my own success and my own experiences by saying that, well, yeah, okay, I did really well academically, but it was only, in competition with a few people. Or I could say yes, and further support my own past successes with more information that said, yeah, and not only was I valedictorian, but I also got a scholarship because of it. It's just, again, all those things are true and all those things happened, but which one do we choose to focus on? How do we talk about ourselves? And that's harder than it can seem sometimes. I think often a lot of it is because we find ourselves comparing our personal accomplishments to our financial worth and to whatever those accomplishments gained us financially. We find ourselves trying to evaluate ourselves in the way that a business would or a corporation would, which causes us to overlook some really cool stuff that we did if it didn't have a direct financial return. Um, and hey, that's capitalism, baby. But I think it needs to be a manual and mindful exercise where we really take a fine-tooth comb through our past experiences and say, actually, wait, hey, this is pretty cool, this thing I did. Maybe I can find a way to speak about that and turn it into a learning experience and say, okay, what did I gain from this? And make it part of my narrative. Yeah, Dawdle. They say people are constantly fighting with ourselves. No one ever takes the time to think. You know all your weaknesses, so it's an unfair fight. Yeah. Your graduating class was 14, New Waver. That's awesome. Yeah. All right. Anybody else have stories that they'd like me to craft for them? We skipped our first break, but we were on a roll, so I went with it. But yeah, I would love to hear if anybody else would like some help crafting their stories. Tell me about your lives. I love hearing about people's awesome, cool lives, things they did, um, different industries that people work in. So it doesn't matter what industry you worked in or work in currently. We can craft that into a narrative that makes sense why you now want to be a software engineer. It really doesn't matter, even if you're not employed right now, even if you're unemployed. On Friday, I spoke with someone who had been, and it was interesting. We went a few rounds on this. They said originally that they were not employed, but then it came out later that they had actually been working part time. They just didn't consider themselves employed because they weren't working in software engineering. And I think, again, that's one of those qualifying statements. Well, no, I'm not employed, but actually I am working. It just doesn't matter. They did that yes, but, right? But they were working, and it did matter. And not only were they working, they were also volunteering at the same time. So they were working part-time, they were caring for a special needs family member, and they were volunteering for UNICEF. So after a few rounds of back and forth, all that came out, and we turned that into a narrative. Think about the kind of the blinders we put on ourselves, right? They had a remarkable life and a really amazing career and an incredible amount of tenacity. But it took a lot of discussion to get there, to have that come to the surface. Yeah. Yeah, Friday was awesome. A lot of us don't see what we actually did. Absolutely. Yeah, they had an amazing volunteer history. It was really cool, the types of things they were doing. Yep. And that doesn't make them, that's no knock against them. That's just an example of, wow, people have really cool lives, and when we're looking at our own life from the inside, it's often hard to see that, especially if it's not an exercise we've done before. And so that's why I like to do these story crafting sessions for other people, because me looking at it from an outsider's perspective, I can generally see those things with a objective view, kind of like Dawdle was talking about. I could see that thing from a non-biased perspective and be like, yeah, actually, that's freaking rad. You should talk about that, right? Yeah. Anybody else want to share? I'm gonna need another seltzer. I don't know why seltzer water is so expensive now. Who knows? It's just fizzy water. Yeah, capitalist societies make us forget how awesome we really are. Definitely. I agree. We're all pretty cool in one way or another. So while y'all are thinking about it, I can share something. So, I mentioned earlier that being able to craft a story is not something that's going to happen automatically, right? It's going to be a very mindful and manual process at first, which is why I suggested, thinking of things from a yes and perspective rather than a yes but perspective. If you find yourself saying but when you're talking about things you've done, stop. Listen for that word, stop, and figure out a way to turn that into a yes and. Um, and for me, a lot of it too was I used to have a lot of very negative self talk internally, like just in the day to day. I would be doing something, and if I couldn't do it correctly, the very first time, I would say like, oh well, gosh, why can't you do this? You're such an idiot. Why can't you do this? Other people can do this. Why can't you? Um, you know, why is this so hard for you? That type of thing. And that was also a very mindful, yeah, right, Matthias, yeah. Um, and that's always a very mindful, you know, thing that you have to do at first. You have to catch yourself doing that sort of thing and turn it around into a more to speak about yourself more positively, just in the day to day, not necessarily even in an interview. Because once you start to do that, then that mindset is going to bleed over into other situations like interviews. You will find yourself speaking automatically about, yeah, actually, I have done a lot of cool things. I am a pretty cool person, and I hope you'd like to hear about some of the cool things that I've done. Here's why I genuinely believe I would be a good candidate for this position. So that having working on having a more positive mindset in the day to day outside of the job interview process is actually going to help you in the job hunt, and it's going to give you more mental energy and physical energy, to because when you have a negative mindset, a chronic negative mindset, it's essentially self-defeating, right? You are trying to build yourself up at the same time you're also breaking yourself down. And for me, it was kind of a multi-year process to get myself out of that mindset. And so it's not going to be immediate. But, like I say, I used to literally berate myself internally, for when I couldn't do something or when something wasn't going well. And I actually had to literally stop and start saying to myself literally the words, actually, no, you're fine. You've got this. Or, yeah, you didn't get it right that time, but you're going to try again and maybe you'll do a little bit better this time. And like it felt like the cheesiest crap in the world, right? Like it feels so schmaltzy and weird and saccharine. But over time, that sort of mindset starts to shift and it becomes a habit to be nice to yourself and to speak about yourself in a positive way and to acknowledge when something good happens, not just when something bad happens. And yeah, it's challenging and it feels very strange and mechanical at first, but it does pay off over time. And so I would like to urge all of you to at least attempt that. Maybe start checking yourself when you find yourself speaking negatively about your own accomplishments or qualifying those statements or outright berating yourself when something goes wrong. It's something to maybe try occasionally, and you won't catch it every time, but and then try to affirm yourself occasionally too, to say like, wow, you know, hey, you washed dishes today. Good job. That was a good accomplishment. Or, you know, hey, I felt like you did really well on that coding challenge. You got that Code Wars first try. Good job. To say that to yourself, to be, a bit of a cheerleader. And over time that will start to become a habit and it will start to cause a literal mental shift. Dowdle says one of the first things a stranger asks someone when they meet them is what kind of job they have. It's crazy to think that's the number one focus for a lot of people. Yeah, some of that is cultural. Certainly, yes. Uh, yeah, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily say it's the number one focus for a lot of people. It's a commonality that a lot of people share in that we work and we have curiosity about what other people do. Um, but yeah, I'm not sure I fully agree with that statement, but it is an interesting angle. Yeah, be kind to yourself. You're doing the best that you can. Absolutely. And yeah, it sounds trite and it's easy to just say those words. But what's important is how we put that philosophy into practice, right? Um, and so one other thing I want to mention too, and I actually read this in a Reddit comment. It's not, it's not anything particularly profound. I just was on Reddit and somebody made it in a comment. They said, instead of thinking about what you want to be, think about what you want to do. Right? Because we can say, like, oh, I want to be a software developer. Oh, I want to be a more positive person. That's lovely. But until you take action, it's just a want, right? Um, and so I think it's important to think about, okay, now what are the actionable things that I can do right now to help accomplish that goal? And you all are doing that right now. You're here in chat, you're thinking about your stories, you're thinking about how to be, you know, to tell your narrative in a positive light. And I don't know, and I think that same thing sort of applies to this positive mindset, right? Yeah, I want to be a more positive person. I want to be able to think about myself more positively. So what am I going to do to get there? Well, I'm going to try to curb, stop my, I'm going to, the next time I say something negative about myself, I am going to stop and reaffirm with something positive. That's a first step. Yep. And another thing that can help with that is assisting others. So sometimes when sometimes we gain more fulfillment from helping others than we do from helping ourselves. And so we kind of have to trick ourselves into helping ourselves by helping others first. I say that as a person for whom that is very true. Uh, I often only gain self-affirmation from helping others, but I've since learned to then translate that into purely helping myself as well. But it started with helping others. Matthias says, in today's social anxiety meetup, I left for 3 minutes because I needed a break. It's literally in the rules I made that breaks are fine. Yeah, totally. I'm glad you made that rule. That's awesome. Yeah. All right, so I've been talking a lot, but I want to give other folks the opportunity to ask questions and share too. So if you are unsure of how to translate your past experiences, no matter what you've been doing, into the answer to the question, tell me about yourself in a job interview. So if an interviewer sits down right now and asks you, if an interviewer would sit down in front of you right now and ask you, tell me about yourself, what about your background makes you a good fit for this position? If that's not a question that you can answer or that you feel good about answering, then I'd like you to share your experiences in chat, whatever your work history is or lack thereof, it doesn't matter. And we're going to craft it into a narrative that you can feel proud about, that you can feel comfortable with. Okay? Hey, 13, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. They say first time chatter, long time worker, long time lurker. Hello. Love the channel and content. The power of positivity is very strong. I think that can quickly snowball in a good feedback loop to give you confidence. It absolutely does. Yeah. Like I say, at first it feels weird, but then eventually it becomes comfortable and then it becomes confidence. Doddle says, I like this quote. When I went to school, they asked me what I wanted to be when I grew up. I wrote down happy. They told me I didn't understand the assignment, and I told them they didn't understand life. Yeah, we also have to consider what we do to get there, right? That's really cool, Doddle. They say, I've been in tech my whole life. I started in cybersecurity in the Air Force. Had a TS clearance, so top secret clearance, then did some work for Skunkworks. Wow. So Skunkworks is that's Lockheed Martin, right? Lockheed Martin Skunkworks. They do the top secret aircraft. Then got into imaging informatics. It's been a crazy ride. That is really cool. Yeah. Yeah, Skunkworks. That's neat. Like I said, I love hearing about people's backgrounds. Sure, of course, Celeste. I like that suggestion. They say, if you aren't in the space where you can be confident, you can start by, I could see myself as something. I could see myself as a better guitar player. I could see myself as reading a chapter of a book every night. Yeah, that's a great place to start. Yep. Sometimes just visualizing yourself in that space is the first step. Yeah, Skunkworks. I primarily know about Skunkworks. Let's see. I think I primarily know about Skunkworks from like reading about NASA and stuff like that. And then it was also in Top Gun, the most recent Top Gun movie. Yeah. Okay, folks, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. And then when we come back, we'll see if anybody else has anything they'd like to share. So feel free to share over the break if you'd like in chat, if anybody else wants to share their story, or if they have questions about job interviewing or anything like that. And then, if nobody else has any other topics, then we might, sort of have a free-for-all discussion at the end and then maybe wrap up a little bit. But don't feel, if you aren't sure whether to share, go ahead and share. because you're not going to inconvenience me at all. A lot of folks say, oh, I don't want to, sorry to bother, or I don't want to be annoying, to ask a question or anything like that. There's no such thing as a silly question. And everybody's background and experience has value and has worth. And I genuinely do enjoy reading about all of them. So please do share if you're reluctant to. And I can't wait to hear it. All right, 5 minutes, and I'll see you all back here shortly. All right, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back if you're coming back. Make sure that you're well hydrated and that you have stretched. If you've been sitting down this whole time, please get up, move your arms, move your legs. And as always, pet your dogs, pet your cats, pet pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back. And we are back, folks. Welcome back, everybody. Interesting about security clearance, Dawdle. They mentioned with my clearance, I even had to do a drug test every week as standard. They had top secret clearance. They watch your bank account and do background checks on anyone you date. Oof. Man, that's rough. Wow. Oh, hey, Kay Martinez. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so they have shared some of their experience. They say, I've struggled most of mine, sporadic and inconsistent jobs. Since dropping and flunking out of school twice, have worked in tutoring as a physical trainer, substitute teacher, year-long third grade teacher. Most recently work at UPS as a mail package handler on weekday nights. And with, oh, thank you so much for the Prime sub, Dawdle. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Good to have you here. Work as a mail package handler on weekday nights, midnight to 4, and with Six Flags on weekends as their human relations talent development trainer. Wow. I've been doing an AWS restart training program to hopefully develop the skills for a shift into technology, but feel like I haven't learned as much as I should have from the program as a result of my ongoing work schedule. Okay, so I love this because this is a great example for us to pick out the threads of a narrative here, because there's a lot going on. Definitely, as you mentioned, you've had a variety of history, right? A very varied work history, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But let's sort of start picking out some common threads. So what I'm seeing is a lot of very public facing roles, right? I imagine you're pretty good at working with customers. Especially since, working in teaching, my goodness, teaching, tutoring, physical trainer, substitution. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of teaching, public facing, educational roles. And that's excellent. You know how to teach, you know how to convey information in a way that makes sense to really any level, right? You can work with adults because you've been a physical trainer. You can also work with children because you have been a third grade teacher, which is incredibly hard. It's incredibly difficult to do that. So you are capable of communicating effectively with both children and adults at any level of knowledge or education. And then also, okay, so now you're currently working at UPS and with Six Flags as their human relations talent development trainer. Okay, so you do onboarding, again, teaching. So the narrative that I'm seeing here is very much an educator, a facilitator, a leader. And the through line is that you the through line here is that you've been working in educational and teaching roles for most of your life in a variety of industries, including physical training, the public school system, and you've currently manifested that into working with Six Flags amusement parks as their primary onboarding and development trainer, making sure that all new staff have the appropriate skills that they need in order to be effective employees in this sort of fast-paced and very stressful environment of an amusement park. You have the ability to work with audiences at all levels, from children to adults, and to convey complex information such as medical needs for physical therapy, to and sort of translate that information so that someone at any level can understand it. So you can pretty much speak to the level that anyone is at, no matter whether they are a lay person or a highly technically trained person already. So you have the ability to communicate extremely well. You have the ability to teach. And then also you are so the second part of your story would be that you're currently working as an onboarding leader for Six Flags Amusement Park, but on the side you are learning how to code and work with AWS. And so how you would phrase that would be something like, yes, and I'm currently working as this onboarding coordinator, as well as working with UPS. And in the other time that I have left, I have been teaching myself how to code via an independent training program, giving me the skills to work with AWS. And I've done X, Y, and Z through that program. And I would really love to bring my communication skills, my organizational skills, my efficacy at teaching and helping others to this position as a software engineer. So, what's our narrative here? Our narrative here is that you are a lifelong teacher and extremely skilled and effective communicator. You've developed a passion for coding. You are your self-starter. You're taking yourself through that coding path independently, and while still maintaining a full-time career outside of that. So you are an effective time manager, and you want to bring all those skills to bear now, all those wonderful soft skills that you've developed into this extremely technical field of software development, and lend your teaching your ability and your organizational skills to this role. So that's your narrative right there. Yeah, you have a fantastic background, Kay Martinez. Um, yeah, of course. Yeah. So, again, the focus here is not that you have worked a bunch of jobs and you've, dropped out of school or whatever. That doesn't matter. What matters is what you've actually done, which is develop a lifetime of skills to be an effective teacher and communicator in a variety of industries. And now you want to take all those wonderful specialized skills and turn them into a coding career. Motown says, "Do tech companies ask the 'Where do you see yourself in X years?' question?" Personally, I haven't really been asked that question. Um, but you should have at least sort of a visualization of where you might like to see yourself in the future of your career. Um, whether that's, oh, I would just like to continue this trajectory of growing my skills and building full stack applications, or I'd like to become a manager, or whatever it is. You should have some idea in case you do get asked. But I don't know that I've ever been asked that in my career, in interviews that I've done. I'm curious if others have. Yeah, working two jobs, great work ethic and energy, especially the organizational aspect of maintaining two jobs and an educational program on the side. That shows exceptional time management and ability to prioritize. Oh, thank you, Minnie. I can tell you, I can see you making connections there. Copper Lily, make sure that you're in, yeah, good. You're in contact with them. Perfect. Lawandra says, "I've had two tech interviews and have not been asked the 'Where do you see yourself in X years?' question." Yeah, I think that question's kind of fallen out of favor. You should still have some kind of an aspirational mental image, I guess. But I don't think I've ever been asked that question directly. I think often because nowadays people don't stay in the same, people don't stay with the same company for 5 years anymore. So it might be slightly less relevant than it has been in the past. Generally, people jump ship after 2 or 3 years now. Yeah, and that's a wonderful why that you have there, Kay Martinez. You said, "I know I didn't emphasize the why of software engineering, but I really enjoy solving problems, building impactful solutions, and working with really intelligent people that I can always learn from and continue to grow with." Yeah, that's a great why. I like that a lot. You might make that a little bit more specific to say, like, in my time doing XYZ, I had to solve a lot of complicated problems, and I discovered that I had a passion for that in particular. And when you say building impactful solutions, you might should probably be prepared to give some examples of things that you've built. It doesn't have to be software. It could be a project that you worked on as a teacher, or a goal that you met, in one of your teaching jobs, or something like that. But just be prepared to speak to concrete examples when you say impactful solutions. What do you mean by that? What are those examples of those things? because it's likely that you would get asked. Motown says, I do have an eventual goal. I've always helped with training and mentoring, so I'd eventually like to help people get into tech, especially older individuals who think, am I too old to do this? I love that. Yeah. I think the mindset among older people, there is often sort of this fear of, am I too old? And I would say that it sometimes might be more difficult, yes, but it's definitely not. There's no cutoff. There's no threshold for this. I've said it before. I'm actually the youngest person, so I'm 34, and I'm the youngest person on my current dev team by 10 years. The next oldest person on my dev team is 10 years older than me, and then my next sort of peer coworker is then 10 years older than them. So, I mean, we've got folks in a wide range of ages on my team, and we all do great work, and we all work well together. So yeah, there's no cutoff. In Motown, there's never a bad time to start helping either. Um, and there's no, criteria to become a helper either. Anybody can help. If you're in 100 devs, I don't know if you are, but if you're in 100 devs, the Discord is always looking for people to help answer coding questions for newbies, to help with the catch-up crew, to, give people guidance on where to go next and what to do. 80 says, crazy story, friend was rejected for a job, later worked with the interviewer and asked why. He said her answer to where do you want to be in 5 years was supposed to be in your job. That's like the worst answer. Oh my God. Even though she answered with a very reasonable answer, so what can you do? Yeah, and that's another important thing to remember is that sometimes I guess inevitably you're going to get rejected from job interviews for completely nonsensical reasons. Like somebody might have, eaten a bad sandwich this morning and their tummy was upset. And so they just made a decision and didn't like you because they weren't feeling well, stuff like that. Or they had a weird mindset for how a question should be answered and then gave you absolutely no context to know that about the question. So yeah, there's all sorts of things that can happen, and it should never be something that you take personally. I know that's really difficult to do. You're excited about a job, you get rejected, and then you think, what did I do? How did I whiff this? How did I mess this up? When a lot of the times it has literally nothing to do with you personally. It's all about the circumstances. Maybe the budget got cut. Maybe maybe the boss's kid wanted to apply for the role, and so they gave it to them. There's all sorts of things that have absolutely nothing to do with you personally. Motown says, in my late 20s and early 30s, this was a real roadblock for me as I simply thought I was too old to start. Yeah. I didn't get my first dev job until I was after 30. And I thought, okay, well, I'm, locked into this career, the career I was doing before, because, I didn't have a CS degree and I thought I wasn't allowed to be a dev. And I didn't know any women who were devs at the time. And so it just wasn't something that I visualized for myself until it actually happened. And I was like, wait, what? Really? Cool. And so, yeah, there's no cutoff or there's no threshold for this kind of thing. George, welcome to the stream. Hello. They say, any ideas on how to present myself as a young software engineer that's still in college with only a high school degree and only small job position experiences? I find myself always being looked at as a young and experienced developer. Do I just need to study more and do more projects? I'm currently at class 40 of 100 devs and do some projects here and there myself. Well, that's awesome. You're doing projects. That's absolutely the right thing to do. I think for you want to have a really strong portfolio that shows that you have the skills to work independently, and to build, to do quality work. And another thing is you're going to want to have is a strong network. You're going to want to have people that are going to vouch for you and say, yes, I know this person is still working through their degree, but look at the work they can do. I can vouch that they are a conscientious worker. They already have this work ethic, so early in their career, they can do great things. And so you're going to want to have established people in the industry that can speak up and say, yeah, this person rules and you should hire them. So the best thing I think you can do for yourself right now is to, build up a strong portfolio of projects, and to establish a network. Get people who say, oh yeah, I know you, I want you on my team. Or, oh, I know of a team that has an opening, I'm going to I'm going to hook you up with the hiring manager. Because, yeah, when you don't have that long tail of experience to speak to, then it can be more difficult to get your foot in the door. But if you have other people speaking for you, then that's going to be really helpful. But yeah, you're on the right track, definitely. RDT says, Mind Wolf, if I have Excel questions, can I add you on the Discord? Sure. Go ahead. Thank you for that, Motown. George says, I do want to start working as a software engineer, ideally, but my current uni courses are in science. That doesn't matter. I'm also not quite sure what to do about that. Yeah, a lot of folks, here's the secret, a lot of folks working in tech do not have CS degrees. I did zero coding in college. Well, I took one coding class, but I sucked at it so bad that the only reason I passed was because of because we had a group project that was like a huge percentage of the grade, and I was like that person that brought like cookies to the group project and be like, please don't hate me, I don't know what's going on, but I will bring you cookies. And then that's why I passed the course. So other than that, I did zero coding, and I actually left college thinking that I was too dumb to code, which is not something we should ever tell ourselves. But I talked about having that mindset before, right? That I used to be very negative toward myself. And so I said, well, I'm too dumb to code, but I could be a data analyst. And so, I didn't write code again for years after college, unfortunately, because I had such a, you know, it just didn't go well for me in my initial attempt. But since you're building things now, it really doesn't matter what your individual courses are. And in fact, having any kind of a STEM degree, no matter what it is, whether it's computer science or not, is going to give you kind of an automatic leg up for those types of roles. A lot of the times, what you'll notice about these types of roles is that they won't ask for a computer science degree specifically, but they will ask for something STEM related: science, technology, statistics, math. Those things are still definitely valid, and any degree is valid. My current manager has a sociology degree. One of my coworkers has a journalism degree. So I know of someone else at my workplace who doesn't have a degree. They have a high school education, and they are a very senior. They are a lead developer on their team. So it really, in the end, it really doesn't matter. It is helpful in getting your foot in the door initially, but in the end, it doesn't really matter what specific courses you took. Matthias says, I started 100 devs to get a job. Now I kind of want to find a job where I can help people as much as I can in 100 devs. Yeah, that can be kind of difficult to do, right? To find a job where the main motivation is helping people and not making money, because that's kind of the opposite of what capitalism is. And so for me, I've mostly settled in on having a job where I'm comfortable and where I have an adequate work-life balance. So I have a job with an excellent work-life balance, and then what that allows me to do is then spend my free time, have the energy in my free time to do stuff like this, where I can help other people. So my job doesn't directly allow me to do that, but it allows me to do that as an ancillary benefit with having this excellent work-life balance and giving me the energy to not just collapse as soon as I got home from work, which is, I've had previous jobs where that's been the case. You go home and you just, become a slug. But this job, it's like, yeah, I have the energy to spend, 3 hours on a weekend, every weekend, volunteering in a museum, or 4 hours. So I spend 4 hours every Saturday volunteering for a museum. And then I spend 3 hours here on Sundays on Twitch talking to you all. And I have the energy to do that because my job allows it. Yeah, Donald says, I think that's a good point. Sometimes those HR hurdles can be really difficult in getting your foot in the door with a job. And that's definitely valid. When you have to go through this layer of automated checks and this layer where, people just don't understand the true requirements of the job, that can be really difficult to bypass sometimes. And so again, it's a lot of the times the rejection isn't about you, it's about the system, it's about the circumstances, it's about the individual mindset of the interviewer. And thank you for the follow, Reborn SJB. Thank you. George says, Dawdle, I do have a portfolio, but I was recently told they look like boot camp projects. Okay, yeah, that's actually really good feedback for you, George. Um, that doesn't mean that you have to trash everything in your portfolio, but what you should do is try to make those projects unique and add features that make them personal to you. So, to you as a person, what are the things you enjoy? Think about your hobbies, think about the things that you like to do, or alternatively, think about things in your life that are frustrating and think about, could I come up with a solution, a coding solution that would solve or make this problem easier for me. So for me anyway, there's two major motivators for me building an application. It's either I'm really passionate about this thing and I want to make a tool that helps share this passion with others, or lets me get deeper into this hobby, or the other motivator for me is, gosh dang it, this process is so frustrating, or this software is so frustrating, I'd never want to use it again, and I'm going to spend the hours that it takes to build a tool so I never have to do this thing again. Either to automate it out of existence or to replace the existing software with my own that actually works. So, coming back to your portfolio, what you have in your portfolio, George, should be things that are interesting and unique and that you could speak passionately about and say, yes, this project is here because XYZ. Or I did this project because this thing was really I saw the limitations of this process and I wanted to make it better. Or I really am passionate about birds, and so I built this full stack application to help people identify the birds in their area by, I don't know, the types of bird seed that gets eaten the quickest from the feeder, something like that, something that's going to be interesting and truly unique to you. So I think the portfolio, getting that feedback that a portfolio feels like boot camp projects, means that you should probably go back through those projects and make them more unique and make them more tailored to you and who you are as a person and what you're good at. Cosmo, you're learning to code at 50. That's so cool. I love that. That's rad. My late grandmother actually didn't learn how to use a computer until she was 85, 87. And she got an Apple Macintosh, one of those early 2000s blue iMacs, and learned how to use a computer. And she used a computer until the day she died, at over 100. She was still using the computer and sending her emails. And so yeah, there's no cutoff for this type of thing. Absolutely. Swishy says, the narrative you gave me was awesome. I was also a certified farm tech previously, then a licensed health insurance agent. A job coach previously told me I shouldn't use the words certified or licensed. I always assumed it gave me a more professional sound. I can't think of a reason why you wouldn't, because being certified and or licensed shows that you had the dedication to get to that level and the skill and ability to, pass that true quantifiable threshold of ability, right? You have the ability to get certified and licensed in those fields, which means that you have the ability to, reach whatever level you need to in your current field. So yeah, I mean, I don't know why they would say that. I would use those words, definitely. Assuming those are quantifiable licensures and certificates. Celeste says, I was talking about my difficulty in learning coding in college, and Celeste says, that's so crazy because I feel you're so talented. I don't know if, yeah, it's interesting, right? When we talk about talent, we often think about it as something that's innate, something that you have from birth and it just manifests spontaneously, and it's you were always good at it and you always will be. And I don't think that's true. I think that talent is often a lot more nuanced, and I wouldn't even say I'm particularly talented at coding. I think I'm passionate about it, and that goes a long way, but there's a lot of things that I don't understand. I'm not terribly skilled at data structures and algorithms yet, just because of lack of exposure, and having less of a proficiency in mathematics than some. means that some of the more nitty gritty sides of efficiency and operations can be a little harder for me sometimes. Um, but I think that what's important is, again, how we speak about ourselves and how we apply the skills that we're learning. I'm very mindful of anytime I learn a new skill, I apply it. And usually I apply it publicly in front of you all. I code in public, right? And that goes a long way to influencing how we see ourselves and how others see us. And again, I also am very careful about how I speak about myself and how I speak about my accomplishments. So, yeah, I've technically only been coding for a short time, but the majority of it has been in public, and I'm also very proud of the things that I have done, and I speak freely about those things. And so again, that just shows how much of an effect that has on how others perceive you, right? So think about how you can apply that to yourself. How can you speak about yourself? And to change the way that, or to improve the way that others perceive you and your abilities. Sorry, I have a hair in my mouth. Hang on. That's the problem with having long hair. Matthias says a lot of people with CS degrees come to 100 Devs to learn how to get a job because apparently it doesn't get taught at the uni. Yeah, it really doesn't. No matter what degree you're in, that's often not something that's emphasized. The practicality of application of these skills is often not something that's emphasized at university. Bell Suffolk says, that sounds like my exact experience talking about coding classes, but I dropped out of the course. Yeah, I think that's so unfortunate. And I think at least at my university, that is something that has improved. I feel like students like myself really benefit from hands-on type learning where you, like I mentioned, you learn something and you immediately turn around and apply it to a real world application. I think that would have helped me a lot get a better grasp of the material in college. You know, instead of just teaching me theory about Java coding, like, okay, have me turn around and build a system that gets something done. And that's going to make me buckle down and figure out, okay, why does this work? How does this work? What can I use it for? And I think that's something that a bridge that often doesn't get crossed in university courses. Fortunately, there's a lot more, like, I feel like I may have had a better time if I'd have done like more of a polytechnic route in college. But hey, you don't know what you don't know, right? And the best you can do is take the experiences you're given and and get what you can out of them, right? And so yeah, it was a bit of a setback for me, but it didn't hold me back in the long run. Play capitalism well, gain free time to be good on the free days. Yep, that's really it. Kay Martinez says, also felt somewhat fatalistic about my early experiences with learning software engineering, despite multiple attempts, until I came to realize I have a unique learning challenges and a very different approach to learning that's helpful for me. Yeah, same here. I had like I mentioned at the beginning of this, I did have a hard time in college for a while because I had ADHD at the time and I didn't know it. I didn't know that you could have ADHD without bouncing off the walls all the time because it's called ADHD, hyperactive. But I didn't know that there were other versions of it that didn't involve hyperactivity. And so, yeah, that explained a lot of stuff later on once I got a diagnosis. Oh, good, George. I'm glad that was helpful for you. Yeah, I think another thing that, another trap that people kind of fall into is thinking that they're falling behind on this process, to be like, oh gosh, I don't have XYZ. I haven't done this. I'm not, you know, I don't have all these connections. I'm not here. I'm too far behind. I'm never going to get there. And I think the lovely thing about this industry is that, like folks have already mentioned, there's no bad time to start. There's no timeline for this. There's no, cutoff on age or experience or how many projects you've done. Anybody can get started at any time, and anybody can take as long as they need in order to get there. So you're not behind. You're at a wonderful spot in your career there, George. You're still finishing your degree. So, hey, focus on that. Get a network going, make friends with people. I mean, that's really all networking is. Just make friends and build cool projects that are fun for you and on topics that you enjoy. And and that's how so many of those really famous apps and websites got started, right? Somebody in college had something fun that they wanted to turn into a website or an app, and then it eventually just manifests, it morphs into the next best thing, since sliced bread, right? And so you never know where your passions are going to take you if you sort of explore that and allow yourself to have fun and be creative in the coding space. Yeah, not yet. Exactly. It's not I can't. It's just not so the mantra is not I can't. The mantra is just not yet. I'm still getting there. I'm still working on it. One of my favorite quotes of all time, I say this all the time, and I'm not going to ever stop saying it, is from the show Adventure Time, the cartoon show Adventure Time. One of the characters, Jake the dog, tells the other main character, dude, sucking at something is the first step to being kind of good at something. So everybody starts sucking at something, but that is genuinely the first step to being kind of good at something. That's my favorite quote of all time. I want it on my wall. I keep meaning to order a print of it so that I can hang it on my wall in my bedroom because I love it so much. And thank you so much for the follow, Iskdev. Mohammed says networking is the most important. Yeah, networking is really important. That's something that we talk about quite often in 100 Devs, is that it doesn't really matter how many languages you know. People often get hung up very much on, oh, I should learn React. Oh, I should learn Vue. Oh, I should, oh, I'm learning JavaScript, but everybody says I should learn Python. Or, oh, I'm learning, C++, but I should learn COBOL because, I could get paid more. In the end, it really doesn't matter what specific languages you know. It's more about the people that can speak to your skills and how well you can speak to your own skills. Do you have people that are going to say, oh man, this person is a kick-ass developer. I need to, I want to get you in contact with them because they're so cool. They're like, they rock. I've seen this kind of stuff they can do. And so, yeah, I know you're looking for a Python role, but man, they're such a great quick learner. They're a great communicator. They could pick up the skills that you need in a minute, and you'd be lucky to have them. And so that's, the kind of the things that a good network can get you. Yeah, Minnie says, we were talking about passion projects and building passion projects. Wordle was like that. The famous New York Times game Wordle, which I love, it was originally built as a hobby project. I believe didn't a guy code it like as a birthday present for his boyfriend or his husband? And it was just a passion project built out of love. And thank you so much for the sub, Cosmo Black Cat. My goodness, that's so kind of you. And you sub with Prime, which means it's free for you. So yeah, I always like to remind people if you are on Amazon Prime, please do use your Prime subs. You don't have to use it on me. You can use it on anyone you want. But instead of paying for a sub, please use your Prime sub because it is free. And it costs Jeff Bezos money, which is also something that we want to do. We always want to cost Jeff Bezos money and redistribute wealth to everybody else. That should be the life's goal. Matthias says everyone in chat is kind of networking right now. Absolutely, we are. Yeah, all of you have been networking so far today. You've been making. I've seen legitimate network connections get made in chat today. It's happened. I watched it happen. I watched people get in contact and get a business connection going. Oh my goodness, Reborn, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Holy cow, thank you. Again, didn't cost them anything at all. And oh my goodness, K Martinez 9115, thank you so much for subbing. My alerts don't always work, but oh, there we go. Okay, good. That worked. Hooray, thank you so much. I'm so glad my alerts are working now. Sometimes they don't. But Twitch is weird. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you all. I really appreciate it. It's very sweet of you. Reborn says we are all about taking money from Bezos. We absolutely are. Yep. If you wondered why I was saying that, it's because Amazon also owns Twitch, and so by using your Prime sub, it's just funneling money away from Bezos eventually. Oh, Martina says, I've been wanting to do this for a while now. So glad to support you for all the work you do to help us learn and grow. Well, thank you. That's very kind of you. I like doing it. Like I always say, right? is that I'm here because I genuinely enjoy what I'm doing, and it's since I have the privilege of not relying on Twitch for my primary source of income, I can do this from a purely fun perspective, which is, the best way to do something like this. Yeah, Doddle, that's a great example of good networking. They say the person that got me into imaging informatics was a friend I met online and gamed with. So yes, online networking does work. Yeah. And I love that you brought that up because networking doesn't always have to be hard. A lot of us view it as a very formal task, being like, I'm going to go on LinkedIn and I'm going to message people and I'm going to dress up in a suit and I'm going to go to events and I'm going to meet people there. Well, that's not always the case. A lot of the times, if we are vigilant and mindful, we can network in places that are fun for us just as people, being ourselves, whether it's gaming or I don't know, D&D night at the local game shop or playing soccer with friends or I don't know, going to a music concert, right? Bear Misu, my goodness, thank you so much for this sub. That's very kind of you. Wow, we just hit a hype train. That's freaking wild, folks. That doesn't happen very often. I appreciate that. Thank you. I love having you all here, and I love hearing all of your stories and your wonderful insights. So yeah, networking doesn't have to be arduous. It doesn't have to be a chore. It can be something that we do at the baseball game or at the basketball game or um I don't know, here on Twitch. Like we've seen it happen here on Twitch today. Um yeah, playing League of Legends or Dota. Or just randomly on the street. For example, yesterday, I mentioned I volunteered at a museum on Saturdays. I had someone come in who helped create one of the exhibits at the museum, and they offhand mentioned that they wanted to start a web presence for this exhibit, but they didn't know how to do it. And I said, "Well, hey, I'm a web developer. I could help you with that. Let's talk about your needs. Let's talk about what you need for this web presence for this exhibit." And they were so grateful. They said, "Oh my goodness, we didn't even know where to start. We don't know how to do any of this stuff. We just need, I'm so glad you said something because we need someone that can, who already has prior knowledge of this information and they can just help us figure out how to do this." And so I shared my contact information and potential new client right there. So that's how networking works. That's how networking can be if you're conscientious and mindful about it. Matthias says, "What do I have to wear to coffee chat in order to not be overdressed?" Yeah, that's not how it works. Yeah, it's not. It's not a networking isn't necessarily a task that we check off. It can be. It can be a way to help us stay organized, but it should also be something that's somewhat organic and that you start by making a friend and then naturally leverage that into a potential benefit for you both, and that they get your skills and you get potentially money or employment out of it. So yeah, it can be a very organic thing as well, like I mentioned. Doddle says, "That sounds fun. What kind of museum?" Yeah, it's a small local history museum. I wanted to get more involved with the community. And again, like I mentioned, my job allows me the work-life balance and the energy to do that sort of thing. So I signed up to be a volunteer and I actually really love it. It's connected me with a lot of cool people in the community and a lot of really cool exhibits. And yeah, I get to sit in a nice museum for 4 hours on a weekend and, do work until somebody comes in. So it's nice. It's a lot of fun. And like I say, I like hearing about people and I like hearing about people's experiences and how different everybody's lives are. And a lot of the exhibits in this museum are, it's history, right? And so you have people coming in with personal experiences of that history, and they'll say something offhand and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, that's so freaking cool because it ties directly to this exhibit." And then I can use that. I'll use that experience later and tie it into my speech and say like, "And I had somebody come in last week who, knew this person directly and they told me this little tidbit about like what they were actually like," right? And so again, just like with crafting a story for an interview, finding the finding the facets of a life and rotating those facets so that they reflect the light just to form the most beautiful pattern, I think is something that's really fun, and it's a really fun skill to develop. Um, to find to I don't know, to expose how cool people are. No matter where they come from or what their background is, everybody's so cool. And a lot of the times that doesn't ever get shown or shared with others. And so if we can do that, then everybody benefits. So yeah, that's kind of a fun little exercise for me as well in that capacity. Martinez says, one of my many jobs was working at the Tauser Library, which was attached to the Peabody Museum. Wow. That had so many interesting and unique archaeological findings and cultural treasures, fun memories, and interesting finds. Yeah, yeah, that sounds amazing to work for a large library like that. Yeah, I don't know, it's for me anyway, doing that type of volunteer work I feel like has benefited me more than it benefits, the organization. Obviously it has a benefit for them, but like for me it's just been such a cool thing to do. Yeah, and I'm sure that sounds amazing. Matthias says, honestly, I'd love to volunteer at a museum and get paid by them, allowing me to have an overnighter there. Oh, I also studied archaeology. I forgot to mention that. Matthias, I keep learning things about you. They keep coming up. Yeah, so archaeology, medic, musician, man, yeah, like your narrative is awesome for an interview because it's gonna pique. It's so unique. It's gonna really pique interest. An interviewer is gonna want to ask tons of follow up questions about all of that stuff. Um, so again, if you can tie that all together, you're gonna do great. Um, yeah, and there are roles at museums for like night guards and night audit people or whatever. That might be an option for you as well. But yeah, all sorts of local volunteer, and that's another recommendation just for networking in general is if you can find local volunteer opportunities and local committees in your community, like in your area, then again, that's an awesome way to meet. It's often also too, it's often a great way to meet powerful people in your community, people with a lot of influence in your community, business owners, uh, government leaders, that type of thing. Because those types of people are the people that are going to be involved with cultural and arts institutions and, you know, informal committees and that type of thing. Those are the types of people that are going to be frequenting those types of places and things. And so that can allow you to make some pretty powerful connections. I've already made some excellent connections just from just from being at the museum, and meeting, yeah, former government officials and yeah, community leaders and that type of thing. Just organically being like, yeah, they know me now. So yeah, it's huge. Yeah, it does sound like a movie, Donald. I agree. Like Indiana Jones or something. Matthias. Matthias is German, just to give some context there. Yeah, that is funny. I actually have a friend who's literally basically Indiana Jones. It's so cool. She's like this traveling archaeologist librarian, who also teaches and stuff. And, she's just the coolest person I've ever known. Yeah, I love her lifestyle. Yeah, she's an archaeologist who owns a bookstore. And it's like, I don't know, freaking Indiana Jones over here. Mohammed says, does everybody have to have a 100 hours project? No, I wouldn't say so. But just like with anything else, just like with networking, just like with crafting your story, um, all of those things are going to do what we call opening doors, right? So you can choose how many doors you want to open. Having a good portfolio, having a 100 hours project, those things can only help you. But whether or not you decide to do them or have the time to do them is up to you. Um, Having more of those things will make it easier to land that job, but you don't need them to land a job. Yeah. So, I got my first dev job in a, so, my first dev job was in a purely back end sort of a SQL role. using, just primarily SQL, working with databases, that type of thing. And so for those types of roles, generally a portfolio is not a thing, because, it's not like a lot of the work that I do is not visual. It's very, just code, back end code that immediately gets executed against the database. And so there's nothing to show in a portfolio because there's nothing to see. It's just raw code. But that's it's really going to depend role by role, and especially if you're going for like more of a full stack role, or especially a front end role, you're going to want to have a good strong portfolio that you can speak to. And even though for my types of roles I don't normally have to have a portfolio, I still have to immediately know all the projects I've done in the past, and I should be able to speak to them fluently. So even if I don't have a physical portfolio, I can immediately go through my brain and find 4 or 5 strong projects, and I can speak to the role I had in every project, the skills I gained from that project, the benefits of the teamwork, the challenges we faced. I have like a Rolodex in my brain of all those things, and I can immediately pull those out as needed to speak to them as often as I need to. So it's more of a mental portfolio than a physical one. Muhammad says, "Are you good at math?" No. But I will qualify that statement and say that I am not like good at sitting down and doing calculus by hand. I couldn't do that. If you asked me to sit down and solve, with a piece of paper and solve calculus problems, I would not be able to do that. But if you asked me to do some really funky stuff in Excel or with SQL or, mathematical operations with computer assistance, then absolutely, yes, I could. In school, I was not good at math. No. In elementary school, I refused to learn multiplication, like straight up said, nope, I'm not doing it. I said no to multiplication, if that tells you anything. But, that was part of the impetus for me to, start to learn these types of things, especially to learn Excel, which then was kind of a gateway drug to the rest of the coding ecosystem, was to be like, man, I don't want to do this math by hand. If the computer can do this math for me, then I'm going to learn how to do that instead, right? So, I think that there's a common misconception that folks that get into coding are all, math, really, really just naturally gifted at math. And I would say that's absolutely not the case. Yeah, and especially as Coppola said, not yet. I love that. Yeah, because I have gotten better at math by just working in this field for as long as I have. My math skills have greatly improved, because I'm doing it as part of my job rather than as like an obligation for school, right? When it becomes part of just the work that you do all the time, then it becomes a skill that you get better at, just like anything else. So yeah, I've absolutely gotten a lot better at math since I've just been working and doing that as part of my job. Um, I can do, like, even my mental math skills are a lot better now. I can do those types of, operations just in my head when I really physically couldn't before. Also, getting diagnosed with ADHD and medicated helped a lot, but that's an ancillary benefit. When you can hold numbers in your head for longer than 3 seconds, it is very helpful. No worries, Motown. It's great to have you here. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. I'll see you next time. Ball Suffolk says, my girlfriend is gifted at math but hates dev work. Yeah, some people just prefer the pure mathematics side of things. Definitely. I know some people like that. They love the creativity and the theory of mathematics, but not so much the practical, hard coded kind of a side of it. Yeah, definitely get that. It's interesting. It's not a perspective I can like necessarily visualize because I'm very much the opposite of that. But I value that there are, everybody needs that. We need that diversity of perspectives and interests, because otherwise, man, where would we be, right? Like the book Outlier says, you need to practice. Yeah, and oftentimes we see practice as, again, like I was talking about networking. It's the same thing for networking. We see these types of we see ourselves gaining skills as like a chore, right? We see practice as something we budget time specifically to practice. I am going to practice this thing until I am good at it, and I'm going to do it for 30 minutes a day until I'm good, versus the much easier route of incorporating that thing into something we're doing already, like incorporating math into coding, um, doing slightly more difficult coding challenges that involve a little bit of math until suddenly we're better at math than we ever could have thought before, because we were already coding anyway. We just added a little sprinkle of math in there, and then all of a sudden, hey, I can do math too now, and I didn't even notice I was doing it. We've incorporated that into things we're already doing. And it's the same thing with networking. Something you're already doing, maybe you already have a monthly game of D&D with your buddies, and you might then say, at the next game, hey, I heard, that your brother has your brother's in software engineering. Do you think I could, set up a 30-minute coffee chat with your brother and learn a little bit more about the things he does? And there, bam, you've made a networking connection, right? It doesn't have to be a chore. Of course, Cosmo. Thank you so much for stopping in, and thank you so much for the subscription. That was very lovely of you. In an often scary world, you make so much seem possible. Yeah, I think that's why I do this, right? Because it's not a perspective we get all that often. And I think there is room for, I call it like I call it pragmatic positivity, I think, is kind of the way I picture it mentally. It's not that, oh, everything's always going to be fine 100% of the time and you never have to do anything because it's all going to work out. No, it's more of, hey, look, there are things we can do to be kind to ourselves while at the same time improving ourselves. And so let's do those things together, and I will support you while you do them. And I think that's, a good perspective to have in today's world. So I'm glad it's been beneficial for you. Thank you. And I love London, by the way. I've been there several times, and it's lovely. And yeah, I I would love to come visit London again someday. 80 says, the best tutoring student I ever had would go home and find 200 short problems to solve each night. She got so good. I was asking how she solved something. She aced her GRE. That's awesome. That's so cool. That level of dedication is really impressive. Yeah. And it sounds like she was very passionate about it. So that was gave her the mental energy to do that sort of thing. Yeah, very cool. Strain says the Friday night not Remo session was an amazing networking practice pill hidden in a tasty pastry of hanging out and meeting people. Yeah, that's how it should be, right? It shouldn't be a chore. It shouldn't be the thing we have to do. It should be the thing that happens naturally while we're doing things we already do, which is hanging out with people. Bear Masu says, I love working with SQL. Awesome, me too. I would love to get into the data science field. I feel like I need to get better at implementing more advanced SQL though, and I'm not sure what type of data engineering or data science jobs to look for. Um, yeah, so I would suggest if you really are set on data science, then you probably will need, an understanding of at a certain level of statistics, and to understand how to make visualizations. Um, Knowing, having some hands-on experience with Python and or other tools like Tableau can be helpful there. So I have not ever been a data scientist. I have been a data analyst for most of my career. So I would consider, um, you know, data analysts to be people who more take existing data and synthesize that into visual, so to sort of mine existing data and synthesize that into visualizations to fulfill certain requirements or to fulfill certain, customer requests, like, show me how many customers, we had in the past month and the types of things those customers were ordering. A data analyst would synthesize that data together. Whereas data scientists are generally doing sort of a higher level of analytics, and that they're often the ones figuring out what questions even need to be asked, right? Um, and so, yeah, SQL is very crucial to data science, but also I would say other sort of I would say maybe Python is even maybe a little bit more common with data science. Um, and so if you can, get good at doing visualization, like, pandas, using the pandas package with Python, that would be helpful. And I mean, you could always start out in data analytics and then move up to data science as well. And it was never something that I wanted to do, but it's a pretty common pipeline there too. Because there is a pretty strong overlap between those two fields. Yeah, and as far as the level of SQL that you need, it really depends. Um, I would say for data science, you would probably focus mostly on the read portion of SQL, right? Because SQL can do full CRUD operations. You can do create, read, update, delete. I do a lot of all four of those for my job. But for science, you are still mostly going to be extracting data. So, I mean, getting probably pretty good at writing stored procedures and all the really comprehensive read operations with SQL. But yeah, if there are any data scientists hanging out in chat, feel free to chip in. Matthias says, quite a few socially anxious people told me they attended the thing on Friday and I was so proud of them. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad they did. George says, do you have any recommendations on how to find the right open source to contribute to? I used firsttimersonly.com, but found myself having a hard time finding the right thing with a manageable skill level. How long should it take me to find something? Um, yeah, so I don't have a ton of experience with contributing directly to open source projects. I spend most of my free time specifically with 100 devs, honestly. But yeah, first timers only I know is a good platform. I'm trying to think of others. I feel like there's another one that's been mentioned. Um, does anybody else remember what's the other one that Leon recommended for open source stuff? I mean, and I can't think of it at the moment. But yeah, first timers only would actually be the one that I've heard the most about. But I know there's been a secondary one and I can't picture it at this point. One thing that might be helpful for you, George, is instead of looking on your own, you could. Oh, okay. Thank you, 21. Yeah, that may be it. Open sourced. That may be, I don't remember for sure. That may be it. But George, that may be another option for you as well. The link that 21 provided in chat there. Another thing you could do is you could talk to people in the community around that project, right? In the community around first timers only. And in the, like, I'm sure they have a Discord or a discussion board and say, like, hey, I have these skills right now. Can you point me in the direction of something that I could help with? So to maybe get a little bit of guidance there rather than looking on your own, to say like, hey, look, right now I can do HTML, CSS, and a little bit of JavaScript. Um, are there any little issues that I could help with right now with the skills that I currently have? Mohammed says, do you know what decisions you take if there's like something wrong, like the company is losing money, for example, or it's not your job to take the decisions based off the data? Oh, sorry, you're talking from like the perspective of a data analyst, I assume. From my experience as a data analyst, generally we would get a question, a business question from our customer, um, and then we would just be in charge of visualizing that data and making recommendations based on the data. We didn't actually make the decision, but they would come to us. For example, when I worked in the finance department, the CFO would come to us and say, "Hey, I want to know." Based on these enrollment projections, based on our enrollment projections for the next 10 years, what is our tuition revenue going to be literally for the next 10 years? So predict the future based on these students, based on how many students, they tell us we're going to get for the next 10 years. Tell me how much money I'm going to have. And so we would do that. I would make a visualization that would clearly indicate, a trajectory. So I would draw the insights from the data and then say, okay, it looks like we're going to be trending up in revenue with a little dip here and then up again. And so I would make sure that my visualization clearly conveyed that. And then I would say, okay, based on this information, it looks like we're going to have this kind of steady, we're going to reach a steady state of revenue about 5 years from now. I don't tell them what to do with that, but I do say, hey, these are the conclusions I've drawn. Let me know if you need me to dive deeper into any of these, bullet points here. So yeah, it's not necessarily the data analyst making the decision, but merely um, making the outcomes as clear as possible for the recipients. OMG, that's so hard. I wouldn't say so. No. If you have kind of a passion for finding patterns and logic, then data analytics and data science are great fields to be in. If you like to look at a problem and try to figure out how the bits of that problem fit together, then it's a great field to pursue, because there's nothing I love more than taking a bunch of random numbers and then finding the trends and the patterns in those, in those random numbers, and turning that into something that anybody can look at and be like, oh yeah, that makes sense, or oh yeah, I didn't see it that way. And so yeah, it's a really fun field to be in if you like that sort of thing, especially if you like Microsoft Excel. It's a great field to be in. The best software program of all time is Microsoft Excel. I will die on that hill. Bear says, that's me. I'm all about patterns and logic. Statistics was the only math I was ever good at in college. Oh, that's awesome. That's a huge leg up for you. Yeah. I have a degree in statistics, but I never enjoyed doing it. And again, that led to me getting into technology and figuring out how to make computers do that stuff for me. But if you genuinely enjoy statistics, then yeah, data science, data analytics are fantastic fields to be in. Sounds like you, Matthias? Then hey, I would say that the data analytics to software developer pipeline is extremely common. A lot of folks start out in data analytics and then they transition into software development. I spoke with someone on Friday who was actually doing that right at the moment. Had a long career in data analytics and was about to land a job as a software developer, because the principles are legitimately pretty much identical between the two roles, between a data analyst and a software engineer. Just the only difference is how often you're actually working with code, really. Hey, Brave and Gold, good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I would say that data analytics is an awesome field to be in, mostly because you can do it in any industry. Every single industry out there needs data analysts, people who can take big old hunks of data and make it make sense. So if you have an aptitude for that or an interest in that, then it's something you could also pursue. If you're like, actually, I love just solving problems more than I actually like, building stuff from scratch, then maybe data analytics is for you. Balsavik says, I tried to get into DA last year, but I felt the Google Data Analytics certificate was useless for me. Yeah, so the thing about certs, right? Certs are complicated. I do not have any certifications whatsoever. I'm currently doing the Google Analytics data certification, or the Google Data Analytics certification, but only because my employer is paying for it. And it was literally just, oh yeah, I should pick something to do. I'm just going to pick this. I've already been a data analyst for 10 years, and now I'm a developer, but I'm just going to do this cert because I'm not paying for it. So I wouldn't necessarily pursue certs as a means of getting a job unless they are very specific ones, and preferably somebody else is paying for it. So yeah, it's I don't know, people have complicated feelings about certifications, but if you are going into like physical IT, like networking and like hardware, then yeah, like the like some certs can be extremely important. Or if you're going into specifically like AWS cloud, then yeah, those can be really important. But just for general development or general data analytics, I've never felt that the lack of certifications has hindered me in any way. It depends, Balsafik. So they say I get the impression that data analytics is a lot harder to enter than 10 years ago. It really depends. It depends on where you're looking, I think, too. So a lot of, like we like to say in 100 Devs, every company is a tech company now. Especially every company has a backend, has been what I've seen. So every company now relies on data to make decisions, because if they don't, they will fail, right? Every company is collecting data somehow electronically. They're organizing that data, they're cataloging it, they're using that data to make decisions, because if they don't, they can't succeed. And So you might have more success looking in sort of less obvious places. For example, universities are pretty great, I will say. And they often can't hire enough people to fill the amount of data roles that they have. And I speak from experience at my employer. Um, they often don't get enough candidates who even think to apply. Government roles, universities, government, small businesses, that type of thing. They need a data person outside of the standard tech sphere, right? Outside of like a traditional tech company. A lot of other industries need people who understand and can query and can mine data to get insights so that the business can actually be successful. So you might consider, if you're interested in that, you might consider looking in some of those less techy niches that genuinely need a lot of people and don't get enough applicants. Modest Geek, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, and Deepan, so thank you also for the follow. Sorry I missed you earlier. Yeah, Strain says, I had a friend literally hiring in the energy sector for data analytics. They have to model how much energy they need to buy and sell based on the upcoming weather. ZQ, thank you so much for the follow. Uh-oh, I think we might be getting raided. Hang on. I'm gonna turn on shield mode. There we go. Had a little raid. I'm gonna mute my follows. There we go. Okay. So ignore the alerts at the bottom. Nobody will be able to chat for a little while, but it's okay. We just got bot raided. It happens sometimes. I've got shield mode on, so it shouldn't bug us too much. Okay, so Strain said, I had a friend literally hiring in the energy sector for data analytics. They have to model how much energy they need to buy and sell based on upcoming weather on the regular, and it has a big impact on profits. Sometimes you don't see the hidden analytics everywhere. Yeah, so many fields need analysts, and fields that are less obvious. Yeah, like the energy sector, like energy sector, government, universities, all of them rely on data to make important decisions. Well, thank you, Random Bot Raider, for all the followers. I just wish people could chat, but I've got shield mode on so they can't. Sorry, folks. We'll wait it out. It'll be over soon. But yeah, I often direct people toward universities when they're looking to try to find a role because, like I said, oftentimes universities just don't get enough people. Oh, I accidentally unmuted my desktop audio. Hang on. There we go. Hopefully that's less annoying. But yeah, so oftentimes they don't get enough applicants for the roles that they do have. And oftentimes if they do get applicants, the pool is not terribly large. So you probably have a pretty good chance of potentially landing a role at one of those places. And also, too, my university has probably one of the more advanced data warehouses, like our data ecosystems in the country, I would say. But so many other universities are up and coming with their data programs in that they are just now kind of establishing that foothold with big data and big data analytics. And so they're going to be hiring a bunch more people here in the next year, 5 years to fill those roles. Yeah. One second, folks. Sorry, I'm just checking my shield mode settings here. I'm trying to make it so I can have some folks chat again. If you've been a follower for at least 1 month, you should be able to post in chat. All these new bots won't be able to post at all, but you can. So give it a try. If you've been following for at least a month, you should be able to. And actually, I'm gonna try something here. Did we have spam again? Yeah. All right. There you go. So folks who've been following for at least a month should be able to chat. And actually, what I'm also going to do here. Yep, I can see you all. I'm going to do this. Yeah, so more folks should be able to chat now too, but none of those bots will. So should be open for most now. Do I look funny? K Martinez says, "Oh, that's spam. Always trying to mess with a good thing." Twitch makes it easy to completely ignore idiots like that who bot spam. So most folks, everybody legitimate should be able to comment in chat now. I'm not going to tell anybody what settings I changed, but should be good. New Waver says, real estate industry uses data to price houses for sale. One guy who teaches data science in my uni has a day job where they find candidates for recruiters. They use stats like how long you're at your job, your salary, etc. Banks use data to model who might default on loans. Yeah, pretty much everything is algorithmically driven now, right? Everything is data driven. Everything that you interact with, especially digitally, and even not necessarily digitally, everything you interact with on a daily basis is now algorithmically driven in some way or another. And so think about it in terms of data. Everything you touch generates data. That data needs to be stored, it needs to be processed, and it needs to be analyzed in order to be worth something. And so the amount of people that are needed to manage that storage, which is more of what I do more of the storage side of things. I manage the storage and transport of data in my dev job. And then analysts are needed to actually get insights out of that data so that people can make money from it. So tons of data roles in every industry are huge right now. Balsavik says, for personal reasons, my preference is for fully remote roles. I want to get out of Texas ASAP. Yeah, I mean, I would, if you're really looking for data analytics roles, check out universities. A lot of universities have gone remote for their administrative roles. I'm working, my employer is remote. My university is remote. I started out working on site and then COVID hit and we all went remote and we've stayed remote. So, yep. Matthias says, looking forward to Claire teaching us SQL. I have done, actually. If you want to learn basic SQL, I have several classes in my YouTube archive for absolutely that. So if you want to get started learning SQL right now, you can check out my archive. And I will be teaching more SQL in the future, hopefully as a part of the 100 Devs curriculum. But if you want to learn now, there's never a bad time to start. And I've got a couple crash courses in my archive. Mohammed says, with Node, yep. We have built a couple full stack apps now using Supabase, which is a SQL database in the cloud as a backend, and full stack applications. Yeah. I think if you want to, for starters, if you want to see how we can use SQL and Supabase with Node, check out my stream on, I think it's from a few weeks ago, Let's Help a Library. I think it should be on YouTube. If it's not, it'll be there soon. But yeah, we built a full stack app with Supabase and SQL as the backend, and yeah, doing full CRUD. Ben tries to code. Hey, they say, would you recommend getting a master's in data analytics from Georgia Tech? Georgia Tech actually, so it's funny that you say that. Based on conferences that I've been to, actually Georgia Tech has an extremely good data ecosystem, actually better than my university. And I was extremely impressed with their, like, from an administrative side. So I don't know about their educational program, but from an administrative side, yeah, I mean, they have a fantastic, I was jealous of their big data ecosystem there at Georgia Tech. So I would hope that would translate into their instruction as well. If you're really passionate about data analytics, then sure. Now, do you need a master's in order to get a job in data analytics? No. So do you already have a bachelor's degree? And if so, if you want to share, what industry is it in? But yeah, I mean, I was very much impressed by their whole data stack. They had several presentations at a conference that I went to of like major universities, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is incredible. All2 says, I've heard good things about their online master's programs. Awesome. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, but you don't need a master's to get a job in data analytics. If you really want one, then go for it, knock yourself out. But you don't need one, especially if your current degree is already in a STEM field. Um, like mine is in my bachelor's was in statistics, and a lot of these skills for data analytics you can, and you can absolutely learn on the job with no problem. You're currently in an analyst role? Okay, fantastic. I mean, then you should be fine. If you're already in an analyst role, then it shouldn't be terribly strenuous to transfer into data analytics. But if you're passionate about it and you're like, I want a master's degree anyway, then go for it. It just depends on whether you want to spend the money. What would be a sociology? I figured that's what you meant. I figured you didn't mean Scientology. Yeah, sociology. Yeah. Actually, that's funny. My current manager is actually has a degree in sociology. No, it's all good. I figured you meant sociology. Yeah, so you're currently an analyst. Now, one thing that can be nice is getting the job first and then making your employer pay for your continuing education. That's always best if you can kind of do it in reverse, right? You land the role and then you say, hey, employer, if you want me to be a better employee, why don't you pay for my master's degree? I mean, that's what I did. I got a master's degree for free. So that way. Okay, let's see where we're at in the follower storm here. Yeah, exactly. Government roles are particularly good for paying for continuing education through programs like Palace Night and Palace Acquire. Yeah, that's another great point. If you get a job with a university or if you get a job with the government, they're probably going to pay for your degree, or at least most of it. Um, and that's a really nice thing. Your employer doesn't offer tuition reimbursement. Oh, dang. Yeah. So I mean, hey, look, you do whatever you want to do, but what I might suggest is get the job first based on the skills you already have, and then get the master's, and have your new employer pay for it. Do we need to learn D3.js for data analyst role? I don't even know what that is, and I was a data analyst for basically 10 years. So, nope. What you need for a data analyst role is a demonstrable grasp of logic and the ability to handle large amounts of data. Now, that can vary from role to role, whether you use SQL or Excel or Python, right? The specific language that you use can vary, but you should be proficient in wrangling data in order to get insights from it, and you should have the demonstrable ability to do that. D3 is interactive data viz. It's awesome. Cool. I'll have to check it out. But yeah, knowing one particular tool isn't a requirement, but having the ability to be a logical thinker, to be able to understand like basic statistical processes, to average, mean, median, all the basic statistics stuff, probabilities, in order to just derive insights from large amounts of data. Yep, exactly. And also, you should be good at Excel. You should also be proficient in Microsoft Excel, because a lot of folks say, well, I know Python, I don't need Excel. But you got to think about not only what are you going to be using, but what tools are your customers, the most important part of what you're doing, the people who are asking these questions, what tools are they using? Because they're using Microsoft Excel. And so they're going to want you to put your graphs in Microsoft Excel so they can actually work with it. Or they're going to want a dashboard in Microsoft Excel that allows them to see those summaries, those insights. So you should also just as a rule be good with Microsoft Excel. Yeah, exactly. As Strain says, where are you going to port that data when someone wants to use it? They're always going to, without fail, they're going to say, can I get that in Excel? Can I get that as a flat file? Can I get that as a CSV so I can open it in Excel? That's where they want the data, because that's what they know how to use. So you might as well just know how to use it in the first place. Matthias says, isn't Excel Python now? It is, and it's TypeScript. You can actually write TypeScript directly in Microsoft Excel. So you right there, out there right now, if you know JavaScript, you can learn TypeScript, and therefore you can write advanced macros in Excel now. Ben says, how good is good at Excel? I use X lookups and pivot tables already. Then you're fantastic. You are at a great level. If you can do VLOOKUPs, X lookups, if you really understand how to use tables and clean data, if you can understand how to clean data in Excel and how to really use pivot tables and pivot charts, if you can make a chart from a pivot table, then I would say you're good to go, my friend. Yep. Yeah, modern Excel is really powerful because you can code. You don't have to learn VBA anymore. Like I learned VBA so that I could write complex automations and macros in Excel, but that's absolutely not the case anymore. Microsoft is transitioning over from VBA into Python and TypeScript and coding directly in those very common languages in Excel, which is freaking cool. I love that. Because VBA is really just a very single use language, and I never got any mileage out of it anywhere else. Yeah, somebody did the entirety of last year's advent of code in Excel. Yep, Excel is truly the best multi-purpose business tool that's ever been created. I know a lot of people drag on it, but to say that, oh, it's not as powerful as Python and it's not as powerful as SQL, or and that's true, right? That's absolutely true. But it is the best truly multi-purpose tool for visualizations, for analytics, for calculations that you could possibly encounter. Hey, Deafmute, thank you so much for the raid. My goodness. Hello. Hi, folks. I am going to turn off shield mode here. We had a bit of a bot raid. We're gonna try this. I want the folks that have just raided us to be able to comment. So hi 5L, welcome. I hope y'all are doing well. We're still gonna stay on slow mode for a bit. If we're all good, then I'll turn it off. Hey, Deafmute, what were you working on, my friend? Hope you're having a good day. Hey, Andrew Digital, welcome. We were just talking about how cool Microsoft Excel is and how people can get into data analytics. Thank you so much for the follow, Andrew Digital. Good to have you here. Sorry about all the follow spam at the bottom. We had a bot raid about 30 minutes ago, but should be wrapping up. 80 says, I specifically worked at a large, well-respected uni for education benefits, learned it was a scam. Oh my goodness. They made it nearly impossible to use. Out of 30,000 employees, I was one of only 30 who barreled through the obstacles and got a 2/3 discount. Oh, you're talking about the education. Yeah. And 18 of the 30 only used a 10% discount at the extension. Please check with the university before working there if education benefits are what you want. Yeah. So if you're considering working at a university for their educational benefits, they generally have those benefits listed very publicly in their employee handbook. So generally the employee handbook is publicly accessible. And you should make sure that you are looking in the employee handbook for those specific benefits and the fine print on those benefits to see if it's going to be worth your while. Yep, that's a great point. They say you're French deaf mute, working on a music player app for Windows and Mac OS. Very cool. It doesn't replace Spotify or Apple Music, but it's like a widget you can customize with a theme to display on your desktop and also stream overlay. Oh, that's so cool. So it's like a widget that sits on top. So it's sort of reminds me of like in the 2000s, how you'd have like those media players with the custom skins, and you could like play CDs or whatever you wanted, and you could customize the way they looked. Is that kind of like what it is? Like Winamp. Yeah, like Winamp. Yeah, I used to love Winamp. That was the jam. That's so cool. That's awesome. That's an awesome project. Oh man, I used to rock that visualizer, the where it would like do the funky visualizations based on the music. Like, yeah, that was so fun. That's awesome that you're doing that, Deaf Mute. Will it be like an open source thing, or is it going to be something you're going to have on the App Store or whatever? Also, too, does that is chat still in slow mode, or did I switch that off? It really clicked the llama's donkey. Yeah. It's off. Okay, cool. Yeah, because Streamlabs still shows slow mode, but it just didn't update correctly. So cool. I was hoping I'd turned it off. Matthias says, "Let's connect on MySpace." Hey, you know, I love that folks are doing projects like that. To kind of bring back that aesthetic. There's something so very cozy and personal about a little Windows widget, like a little Windows player that sits on your desktop. It's not in the cloud. It's not generic like an app or in the browser. Um, and I don't know. I just think that's cool. It's something that's just uniquely for you, right? It's not in the browser. It's on your desktop. It's your instance. That's really neat. The app is going to be released in July. You'll be able to download it on songplease.com. Okay, awesome. Thank you for that. That's fun. Copper Lily says, MySpace was my first foray into HTML and CSS. A lot of folks got their start in Neopets, right? Neopets, MySpace. Yeah. I did a little bit of that. I did like the world's smallest amount of CSS. I didn't even know what it was. I really only did like a little bit of Markdown, like custom Markdown and old text forums. Because I didn't have good enough internet to run MySpace. That was the thing. I only had like the slowest possible dial-up, so I couldn't even load MySpace, much less use it. So Neopets and MySpace were out of the question. I only had text-based forums to play around in. But that did really help with my English, like my writing skills. I got really good at writing and typing. So I guess that's a benefit. Lots of folks saying MySpace was their first. I love it. Well, thank you again for the raid, Deaf Mute. It's very kind of you. I hope y'all are having a good day. Folks, raiders, welcome. Just a little introduction. I'm Mindwolf, and I am an educator here. I spend most of my time on Twitch about once a week teaching folks how to code. I work with the 100 Devs program, which is oh my goodness, 21. Thank you so much for the sub. But yeah, so I teach folks how to code here on Twitch, and I'm also associated with the 100 Devs program, which is a free community program that teaches you how to code and be a web developer from the ground up. So I'm currently employed as a developer, but I still help out with 100 Devs because it's such a great program and it is truly free. Everything is community taught. All the resources are free online. And the best part is that it has an incredibly active community right now on Discord that you can join. And there's no requirement to join. There's no barrier to entry at all. And you can stick through it while you learn to code. You can stick with it while you get a job. We've got multiple live sessions per week where we just help folks with interviews and help folks get ready for the job hunt. And it's led by Leon Noel, who's a fantastic educator, and me and a lot of other wonderful folks help out in that community as well. Yeah, a lot of the folks here are in 100 Devs, and you can join the Discord today. I'm there on the Discord if you want to say hi to me. I'm one of the mods, and yeah, join us a couple times a week for live sessions, or go through the cohort at your own pace, using all the free materials we offer. So people shouldn't have to pay $5,000 or $10,000. Nobody should have to pay $5,000 or $10,000 just to learn how to code and to get a job in tech. It should be free because your time has value. And you spending the time to learn something is worth something. And so you shouldn't have to pay money on top of that. And so that's the goal of 100 Devs. And so, yeah, if you are, interested in that, then check out the link that Matthias posted there in chat, or do !100 Devs in chat. I've got the little bug up here. So do that in chat. If you want some more information, check out the website, join the Discord, come hang out with, 40,000 people on the Discord, and yeah, join a chill, positive community. New Waiver says, talking about internet, I used to turn off images because it couldn't handle the bandwidth. Yeah, same here. Rural internet in the 90s was a challenge, but it taught me to be very patient. I remember the first YouTube video I ever watched, and I remember waiting like 4 hours for it to load, and it was like a 2-minute video. It was an amazing effort. 20 says, don't want to derail, but real quick, just wanted to say thank you for the tea spill you did with Marsha recently. Yeah, so another nice thing we do here at 100 Devs is we have folks who are working in tech who come in and share their experiences, share their path into the working world and into working in software development and how they got there and the struggles they faced and what they did. And a couple weeks ago, I had the honor of going up on stage virtually on Discord and interviewing a community member, Marsha, who is working in AI now. Started out in 100 Devs and got a role working in AI. And it was really fascinating to hear her story. So I was actually the one. So they said it was such an energizing conversation to listen to, and you did a wonderful job hosting. Thank you. It was my first time hosting one of those. But I think the most cool thing about that is that I had just contacted Marsha originally and said, hey, Marsha, would you be open to a coffee chat? Because her background was very similar to mine, and I wanted to learn more about, learn more about her. And then I came back to her and I said, hey, Marsha, actually, instead of just a one-on-one, would you be willing to do this in a voice channel? And she was like, yeah, sure. And then I came back to her again and I said, hey, Marsha, you want to go up on stage and let's do it in front of everybody. And she was so gracious. She was, me constantly sort of upping the ante on her. It was all my idea. So she was so gracious in allowing me to up the ante and pull her up on the big stage in front of everybody, because I felt it would be really cool to hear her story. And it was a ton of fun to do. I hope I get to do it again. Yeah, free education enables equal opportunities no matter your background. Awesome. Absolutely. That's the goal of 100 Devs. Because oftentimes the only barrier to success is the lack of financial resources to get there, right? You want to get that degree, but you can't afford it. You want to pursue, you want to pursue a degree, but you don't have time because you're caring for family. Those kind of stories are so common, where talented, driven people just don't have the means or the resources to get to where they want to be and to achieve their passions. And so the goal of 100 Devs is to essentially make a completely free, completely zero timeline program that anybody can follow at whatever pace they want. There's no grades. There's no, requirements for completion. You just do as much as you need to do and to get a job and to get where you want to be. And I think that's the coolest part for me. Celeste says, you sounded so professional. You should do a podcast. I've actually thought about that. I mean, it's obvious I can talk, right? And sometimes I say things that people want to hear. But yeah, I think it would be really fun to do a podcast. I know next to nothing about it, but that doesn't mean I can't do it, right? We talked about not yet. So I think that would be fun. I've thought about doing a podcast, and it would be essentially just what I do here, except not being on camera. So might be fun. I could do little 30-minute episodes of something or other. So yeah, I just don't know. I don't quite know what the theme of that podcast would be, but if anybody has any suggestions, feel free to share. Strain says, next should be asking her to do a 2020 special. New Waiver says, I couldn't make it to the huddle, could only read the chat afterwards. Yeah, man, it was electric. We went on for like 2 hours. And Claire says, so you did to Marsha what I did to you for the social anxiety meetups. Yeah, I started out asking for one thing and then continuously upped the ante on Marsha. And but Marsha was more than happy to do it, just like I was more than happy to do those meetups, because yeah, Marsha found it fun. I found it fun. Yeah, it was a benefit in the end, in both cases. Web developer says, but a smart, talented person must find his way into coding without help of others? Absolutely not. That is 100% not true. We should never feel like success is dependent on only ourselves. I think that's a very dangerous mentality to have. Giving help and accepting help is the only way that the majority of us can be successful. I have never achieved anything in my life solely by myself. And I think that can be said about literally anybody out there. Anybody who says they did everything on their own is most likely not telling the truth. Because we've all received a hand up, we've all received a kind word, we've all received, you know, a compliment or a networking referral or money from someone else to help us get where we are, to achieve any measure of success. And so the thought that if we all just keep to ourselves, then everyone will be fine is really not a way that society is ever going to function. "21 says Star Trek podcast. I probably could talk about Star Trek for about 50 episodes. Yeah, reasonable. But if I did do a podcast, I think it would be more in the vein of, the kind of things I talk about here. More, beneficial to others and slightly, maybe slightly less personally fun for me, but more beneficial to others. Swishy says, I assume the hardest part would be picking topics and not running out. Yeah. So if I were to do a podcast of some kind, I would need to have like 20 episodes in the can before I would even publish it. Because I think that's something that, a mistake that's pretty common is you start out, oh, I've got 2 good ideas, and then, what do I talk about after that? So. Yeah, we've all Googled things and got help there. Exactly. Yeah. And somebody had to put that out on Google. Somebody had to put that answer on Stack Overflow. So that's you receiving help right there. No one is an island unto themselves. Everybody is working with others at all times. Yeah. And I think that anyone who assumes that they have achieved everything without ever getting help from anyone else is actually really limiting themselves, because that means that if someone who thinks that is never going to want to learn or gain skills from someone else who might have a different perspective or who might legitimately be better than them in something, they're never going to then want to learn from that person and grow. So they will be always stuck in sort of a whatever level they manage to achieve, they're never going to surpass that, because they're never going to have any drive to learn from anyone else or to seek out different perspectives or different resources. So don't make the mistake of thinking that successful people got there by themselves, because none of them did. Strain says, Arnold Schwarzenegger did a whole talk where he was asked about being a self-made man, and his response was, I am not a self-made man, and talked about the help he received at every step of the way. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And also, too, we need to think about, so for example, would I consider myself comfortable in my life and fairly successful? Yeah, absolutely I would. Did I work to get there? Absolutely, yes. But I've had help at every step, right? My parents helped me when I was younger. They facilitated my education and made sure I had what I needed and a roof over my head and support. And I've had help from relatives and family and friends and networks and references and, all sorts of things at every step of the way. Maui says, where are the utopian ideas? Star Trek was a utopian idea of the future. Today, no one has bright utopian ideas for our future. Maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like that. Oh, well, I will say this. Star Trek is still going. There's still amazing Star Trek that's getting made today with the same ideals for the future. So Star Trek is still going. If that makes you feel better. And I was thinking I read some good sci-fi recently that was like a lovely, bright utopia. Gosh, I can't think of it at the moment. But yeah, Star Trek was rather unique for the time, given the positivity of the premise that went against most of the, other sci-fi out there at the time. Matthias' Star Trek podcast, I'm so in, contact me. Martina says, for a podcast, I think there's a lot of material, space, and need for addressing the intersection of inclusive supportiveness and software engineering and tech, which overlaps much of your own expertise. And yeah, that's a fair point. Definitely. Yeah, I think, there's a nice space for having guests who are implementing those sorts of programs and who have encountered barriers and how they overcame those barriers. Yeah, that's definitely a good premise as well. Ah, that's a wonderful point, Strain. They say another point that should be made here is that getting help does not diminish you or your achievements. I love that. You don't have to do everything alone to be a decent coder, happy with your skill, and worthy of recognition for what you've done. Yes, absolutely. This is actually something that I've occasionally struggled with in the past. I'm a lot better at it now, but it was a mindset that I really had to change. So, personally, I was growing up, I was an only child, so I didn't have any siblings. And I was also one of those. I also kind of went like the quote unquote gifted kid route, where I was in the top classes and I never really had to try very hard in school, and so I didn't really learn how to ask for help because I didn't often have to. But that actually really hindered me, especially getting into college and in the workforce, in that I felt like I always had to be the best and just know what to do in order to be good. I didn't know that there was a way that you could still do well, but ask for help and get assistance and better your skills that way. I just thought you had to know it or figure it out or do it yourself all the time. And it actually really messed me up for a while until I actually learned that, hey, wait, if I think intelligently about something and then frame an intelligent question that gets me the answer that I want to do this thing right, then I'm going to be far better off than if I just try to bang my head against it and come to the wrong conclusion anyway and, get it done too late. So, yeah. Now, because of the fact that I ask people for help occasionally, that doesn't make me any less successful or any less good at my job. It makes me better at my job because I'm learning from all the cool people around me who have different skills than I do. And then they ask me for questions and I help them with stuff. And so it makes us better as a team because we can all learn from each other. Yeah. Zootopia. Yeah, Strain says that's a mood from my childhood. Absolutely. Same here. I used to just, when I was really little and I didn't know how to do something, I would just like sit there and cry, and get really frustrated instead of just asking for help. How can I figure this out? Can you help me with this? And then I will learn and I'll do it again next time. That just wasn't a skill that I had for many years. But now I do it all the time. First thing I do, if I don't understand something, I will look for documentation. I will make a good faith effort to figure it out myself. And then if there's no documentation and I can't figure it out myself, I will say, hey, coworker, do you have a minute? I know you've done this before. Can you just walk me through it once? I'll get it documented so I don't need to ask you again. And then I'll put that documentation out where everybody else can see it. And then everybody will be able to do it going forward. Strain said, that's a mood. Yes, okay, I already read that one. Swishy said, I've always struggled like that. Feel like I should just know the answer, and I find it hard to just ask. Yeah, I'm not saying it's always going to be easy to ask, because sometimes it can feel like you're diminishing yourself by asking. But the alternative is just that you waste a bunch of time on it, you spin your wheels, and then the end result probably isn't as good as if you could just connect with the subject matter expert who knows this stuff already, especially if you're in a work environment. And maybe, like I mentioned, get it documented, get it written down so that the whole team then has the answer. And that's a benefit, that's a net positive for your entire team. Web developer says, if you ask people for help, people will think that you're dumb. No, absolutely not. That's a misconception. No one is, like I mentioned before, no one is an island unto themselves. It is expected. We are social creatures. Humans are social creatures. It is expected by our nature that we will rely on each other. And actually, scientifically, asking someone for a favor makes it more likely that they will like you and look out for you and want to help you in the future. That's like personality science. So actually, by asking questions and then by applying those questions, what's important is that if you ask the question and you get the answer, then you should internalize that answer, apply it to accomplish the task, and then preferably, document that so the question doesn't need to be asked again. So, you need to take action on the answer that you get, but asking the question is 100% better than just struggling through the problem yourself and likely ending up with the wrong answer anyway. Muhammad says, I want to speak like you. I want to make friends on Leon's Discord and practice my accent. Then the best way to do that is to join the voice channels and practice. Yeah. The way to start speaking, to be able to speak extemporaneously like I do for hours on end, this didn't happen automatically. This is a process that's taken me a long time. As I mentioned, I was an only child growing up. I grew up in a very rural area. I didn't speak to people very much at all growing up. I mostly spoke with my parents because I lived in the middle of nowhere, and that was just my life. I mostly spent time with animals, like on the farm. So I didn't have social skills. I didn't really have good speaking skills. It's something that I've slowly developed over time, over practice, because just like with anything, as you practice a skill, you start to learn the patterns. You start to internalize the patterns. You establish mental connections that allow you to start to do things effortlessly, right? To fill a certain role, to feel the rhythm of the thing that you're doing and fall into that rhythm without effort. So that's why I can stand up here and, speak for 4, 5, 6 hours, and without terribly much effort on my part. It's something that you establish slowly over time. You build your ability, you build your skill, and it just takes practice to do. I've been doing this for 2 years now, keep in mind. I've been up here streaming on Twitch for 2 years. And so, yeah, it's not a quick process, but the best thing to do for you is to go over to the Discord and start practicing with people. Matthias says, it's interesting how we kind of have the same ideas, except I was the middle child. Yeah, it's a very common experience. I've heard from a lot of folks who had a similar life trajectory that I did, in that, you miss out on some fundamental skills like being able to ask questions and or feeling like you're able to ask questions and learning how to study. There's a lot of folks that didn't grow up with those skills because they never had to have them until suddenly they really did, especially in college or in the workforce. And then you discover those skills that you're lacking. And so you can either, crumple into a ball and give up, or you can internalize what you're missing and practice until you do have those skills. I've told the story a lot about how I learned that it was far worse to not ask questions than to just ask questions. And it was the very first project that I did as a data analyst, on the job, at a brand new job, very first project. I wanted to feel like I knew it all my very first week, and I didn't ask any questions. I was given the requirements. I didn't understand them, but I thought, I'm going to figure it out because I'm going to be the best. And yeah, a few weeks later, I was asked for an update. I thought I had the result that my manager wanted, but because I didn't ask those questions, I will never forget. I sat down with her across the table. I pulled up the results on the screen, and her face basically, my heart dropped into my stomach because she was just like, no, this is wrong. You spent 3 weeks on this. This isn't what I wanted at all. It was completely wrong. And so I kind of had a mental crossroads at that point, and I basically said, okay, I should have asked you questions, and I'm going to make sure that this never happens again, because I'm going to, if I don't understand the requirements, I'm going to ask you questions at regular intervals. I'm going to check in with you on my progress and make sure that things are progressing the way you expect. And since then, that's always what I've done. If I don't understand, I ask a question, I check in, I confirm requirements, and that has done nothing but serve me well in the rest of my career. So yeah, we often learn from our mistakes, right? Yeah, exactly. Swishy says, I've made probably all my work friends by asking for help after I struggle forever on my own. Exactly. Again, that's how we make connections as humans. We rely on each other because once you ask them for help, then they know that they can ask you for help, and it's a quid pro quo type situation. That's literally like as as social animals. That's how we function on a basic level. Of course, Martinez. It was great to see you. Thank you so much for sharing your story earlier as well. Strain says, not gonna lie, crumple into a ball and give up sounds kind of nice sometimes. I've definitely done. There's times I've done that. Everybody's done that at some point. Sometimes you just gotta, roll up in the fetal position for a little while and have a good cry. Yeah, I think all of us have done that at one point or another. I certainly have. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes, collapsing on the floor and crying for a while is actually very cathartic. Crying is good for you. You shouldn't not. Crying doesn't make you weak. Crying is legitimately good sometimes. You literally get rid of stress hormones when you cry. So yeah, it can be actually be very helpful to do that on occasion. The only important thing is that you get back up and you go back to what you were doing. 80 says there's a book called Your Own Worst Enemy about people who never studied and struggled later because life isn't as easy as school was. I need to read that. That sounds like yeah, a diary of my college years. Honestly, I need to read that. I'm copying that down. I'm gonna look it up in Overdrive in the library system and see if I can get a copy. Oh, come on, Twitch, let me copy this. All right. That sounds amazing. I'll check it out. Strain says, when I taught, I always told the story about hitting heat transfer in college and having learned how to study at the same time as learning the material. Yeah, that was pretty much my experience. You can only pull so many all nighters before you actually have to be like, wait, maybe I should actually figure out how to study. Ken Christian. Okay, thank you. I'm copying that. That sounds like a fun read. Aha, there it is. All right, I'll check it out. Thank you. Strain says it's important for AP students who have never struggled to hear that. Yeah, yeah, that was basically me. I cruised through high school. Had ADHD but wasn't diagnosed, so I was horribly disorganized, and but I never had to keep a schedule because I could just sort of cruise on through. And then you get to college and it smacks you in the face. That's just how it goes. Pretty common. Yeah, oh yeah. Actually, learning how to learn is not something we're taught, unfortunately. I wish it was. Yeah. George, I appreciate your perspective. They say, coming from a male here, since I feel like crying is a bit demonized in respect to manliness, I could disagree more. A good cry can be such a relieving, such emotionally relieving. There is nothing manlier than knowing how to care for yourself. Absolutely, that's a great perspective, George, to have, especially as a younger person. I love that you have that perspective. That's awesome. And I will say, from a female presenting perspective, um, yes, crying is generally more accepted, but it's also still seen as society somewhat seen as weak, as it were. Crying is not generally socially acceptable, unless in a grieving situation, and crying for stress related reasons can be seen as weak, no matter what gender expresses it. So yeah, it's very unfortunate. And yeah, I'm glad that you have that perspective. That's a good perspective to have. Ben says, Claire, have you taken a sip of water or a 5 minute break away from the screen yet? Nope. We're actually about to wrap up here pretty soon, but I'm enjoying the conversation. AK, welcome to the stream. They say, sorry for being random, but do you start manually breathing when someone mentioned you breathe automatically? No, I wouldn't say so. It is funny though. Matthias says, coming from a crying man wearing kilts, it's manly to cry. Yeah, that's what I call healthy masculinity. Yeah, everyone needs a good ugly cry every now and then. Absolutely. Yeah. I do that sometimes. I do it less now because I'm in a much less stressful, work life balance position. That back when I used to, have a very stressful work life balance, and I was dealing with a lot of anxiety. I would do like strategic crying, where you carve out a minute and just lose it for a minute, and then get all those stress hormones out, and then you're like, okay, yep, clean myself up, go back to whatever I was doing. So yeah, it can be strategic as well. Oh, thank you, George. And I appreciate your support. It's lovely to have you here. Planned cries. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. NB says, personally, I don't care what society thinks of me crying. It's my party and I'll cry if I want to. Hey, I love it. That's great. Strain says, gotta have that go to media to get the cry on when you need one. My personal favorite these days is rewatching You Lie in April. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah. I love using physical media or like fictional media to experience, to invoke specific emotions at specific times. I love it. I love a good emotional piece of media where you get a good cry and you're like, wow, that was refreshing. Wow, I love that experience. That was a great journey to go on. Yeah, I love it because there's no real world stakes, right? It's all just benefit for you. Everyone getting in on the crying. Yeah, see, like everybody does it. It's just not something that we talk about. And so, I love that. I love bringing this kind of thing up. Cry it out, then reel it back in. Yeah, absolutely. No, no, no. You're certainly not weird. Absolutely not. I feel like a lot of us do that. Why do we, yeah, why else do we consume, scary movies or sad movies if not to feel something? To feel something that has no personal stakes for us. And I think that, hey, that's again, really walking it back to sort of the beginning of this stream. Why do we tell stories, right? We tell stories to weave emotion with information. And so, you know, why does anybody make a sad movie or why does anybody make a scary movie? Because it allows us to feel something without personal stakes, but to manipulate our own emotions in a specific way to achieve a result. So yeah, I love watching sad stuff or whatever to make myself achieve a depth of feeling that I don't normally achieve in my daily life. Yeah, oh, Copper Lily, yeah, it's music for you. I love it. Yeah, I love it when music gives me goosebumps. That frisson feeling where you get that tingly feeling of like, oh, wow. Or yeah, there's certain songs that evoke, especially there's certain instrumental music that evokes more emotion than me than movies or TV. Certain just very specific pieces of music that just like can flip me like a light switch. Be like, wow, I'm gonna cry. Exactly. Yeah, very specific pieces. It's like guaranteed for me. I love it. Alrighty, folks. I'm going to go ahead and look for somebody to raid, but feel free to continue the conversation while I do so. That usually takes me a hot minute. Matthias says, as a musician, I like this. Hey, I'm a musician as well. Yeah, I've done choir, I play piano, and I think music has such a unique ability to pull on some sort of primal part of us that triggers emotion, right? It's just vibrations, it's just sound waves. Why does it do that to us? But for me, there's the most probably the most connected I've ever been to other humans is when I'm in a big choir and we're all singing in harmony and you literally feel the resonance of the sound in your skull. Like your skull is how you project your voice, is part of how you project your voice. Your voice literally resonates within the bones of your skull, to generate that sound. And so when you are in harmony with others, your bones literally resonate with the notes, and it's a tremendous, it's an incredible feeling. Yeah, George, I love that you shared that. Thank you. They say they were going through a lot because they chose to face some demons they've been ignoring. And honestly, I've had multiple times of intense sobbing, but the results were crazy. Not only on the inside, but the outside world completely shifted the better. Yeah, once you allow yourself to actually release emotion and feel things without feeling ashamed of it, then yeah, then you become healthier inside and outside. Absolutely. I totally agree. You have a George, you have a wonderful perspective just in general, and I think you are, I know you're still in school, but I think you're going to be very successful. It sounds like it. You've got a good foundation for it. Oh, thank you for sharing that, Balsophic. See you later, Mattel. Thanks for stopping in. Everybody's sharing their lovely favorite emotional songs. I dig it. All right, let me go. And also thanks to the random bot spammer who gave me like 200 followers. Love ya. All right, we're getting there. Of course, Copper Lily. Yeah. I'm glad you decided to stop by too, George. Thank you. Yeah, of course, Copper Lily. I always love having you here in chat, and I'm glad we were able to help pull out some of those threads of your story, because you do have a tremendous story, and it's freaking cool. The more I hear about it, the more I'm like, holy cannoli, this is awesome. So I hope you're able to. You've already lived up to your own hype, right? Now you just need to hype up to your own life, I guess. Reverse that. Yeah, you need to hype up to your own life. But that'll come with practice. All right, let's see who's online today. Celeste is right. The more I learn about Copper Lily, the more I love her. She's so amazing. Yeah, darn right. You all are. Okay, I'm gonna switch over here. Oh my goodness. XD3. I don't have any foster kittens right now, but you just spent 10,000 points. So, you just redeemed 10,000 points on a foster kitten cam. I don't have any kittens right now. I do apologize. However, if you'd like those points back, I can refund you, or you can, feel free to send me a Twitch message. Feel free to send me a Twitch message, and we can work out another channel point reward if you would like. It's your choice. Okay, who do we got online today? X3, you're welcome to recommend someone that we can raid if you would like, for starters. Let's do smaller streamers in the same category. And find somebody cool to spread some love to. Software and game development. Preferably someone in English. Game design. Python. Ooh, that looks fun. Also, anybody's welcome to recommend a raid target if you know of someone who's good. Preferably, someone with fairly positive vibes in the software and game dev community. Find one with 0 viewers. We've got some lovely smaller streamers here. There's lots of folks. Zoomer learning Haskell on a Sunday night. I just dig their title. You want to maybe how about this person? How about this person? Let's check out the Zoomer learning Haskell on a Saturday night. Show them some love. Remember, whoever we raid, spread positivity and encourage what they're doing. All right, let's do it. All right, folks. I had a wonderful time hanging out with you all. So next weekend is the 4th of July holiday for here in the US, so I think I will be streaming, but no guarantees. Follow me on Twitter if you want updates on my schedule and what I'm going to be streaming about. I'm Mayan Wolf on Twitter. Follow me there. Yeah, I will see you all soon. Okay, rating. All right, rate is starting now. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate you. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bye-bye.